Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. Want to do a quick sound test. Make sure the sound is good before we get started. If the sound is good, press 1. If the sound is not good, let me know what needs to happen so we can get that fixed. Okay, looks like the sound is good, and as always, family, if there's any issues with the sound, just put it in the chat, and I'll make adjustments, but it should be good. And give me one moment, I'm going to call into the Blogtalk, and once we get Blogtalk going, we'll get the show started.
Welcome to Blogtalk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, gave we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where the willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captives, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yes, they named it America. But the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize that they know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, but you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I say of the Lord will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwelleth with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Watawata. Peaceful Sabbath, bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another episode of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon, here for the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm your host, brother and elder Ramar Karab. It is 11:27. It's 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, November 27, 2020. And I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today, coming in off of Thanksgiving. And as we get prepared not only to acknowledge the weekly Sabbath, but the Feast of Dedication. Feast of Dedication starting this weekend. So hope you brothers and sisters are doing well, that you've had a blessed week. And a blessed weekend for a Feast of Dedication is on your menu as well. Man, it's so much that has happened this past week or so, couple of weeks, and we're going to talk about all of that. I know most of you probably know that GOCC Texas, the YouTube channel, was terminated or potentially suspended by YouTube. So we're going to talk about that for those who may not know that, we're now here. This is the new home, backup home, GOCC Southwest. Hopefully we'll be able to get GOCC Texas back, but as of right now, we are here in our new home, GOCC Southwest. And so we're going to talk about all of that here shortly. But before we do, just want to give all praises to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of His Son, Christ Yeshua, which is the name of the Heavenly Father, and His Son in the Hebrew, for being here. As I always say, brothers and sisters, it's always a blessing to be here, regardless of day. Every day is a blessing, especially when you make it to another Sabbath day. And now going into high holy time, Feast of Dedication. It's always a blessing. And it's always a blessing to be able to be here to stream before you. And I would, have to just mention the fact that GOCC Texas has been taken down, that would be confirmation of when we tell brothers and sisters that, these platforms for us to stream from and teach from aren't going to always be here. So we can't take it for granted. We have to appreciate it while it's here, but understand that this technology, this internet world, it's a realm in its own, but it's not the real world. It's just a place where we can come, we can fellowship virtually, and take advantage of the technology. Okay, but nonetheless, definitely very blessed to be here in these times. And tonight's broadcast, let me get the title. The title for tonight's broadcast is Her Plagues Shall Come in One Day, and Her Judgment in 1 hour. Operation Warp Speed. Her plagues shall come in 1 day, and her judgment in 1 hour. Operation Warp Speed. So for some of you out there, probably definitely very curious as to what the title means. Don't worry, we're going to go into that tonight. We're going to get the understanding of that, plus so much more. It's a very important broadcast, very pertinent information to bring out. We're going to, make sure that we're going through it in its totality in a timely fashion, because again, we're going into Feast of Dedication. We want to give all brothers and sisters the opportunity to enjoy your feast day, your feast weekend, without taking too much of your time. Even though I know a lot of you brothers and sisters, can probably go all night, but nonetheless, I myself will not be able to go all night. But before we go into the broadcast, I want to make sure that we get out there this message and where people can find this message. We are streaming in a simulcast through YouTube and Blogtalk Radio. So on YouTube, the new channel, the new backup channel is GOCC Southwest, 2 separate words. If you type that into your YouTube search bar, you should find the channel and click on the channel, and you should see us live streaming. Click on the live stream and you will have us before you. All right. Right now, we don't have a URL that's easily to be given out. Hopefully, we'll be able to have a URL, GOCC Southwest preferably. But in the meantime, you can find us by searching for it on YouTube. And the fact that GOCC Texas is no longer in operation at the moment, then a lot of people that are out there may be looking for this broadcast and not know where they can find it. So it's important that you are clicking the like button and that you are sharing this with others, whether it's through your social media or through text messaging or email. Get the word out where we're at, that we're streaming live, so that others can join in on tonight's broadcast. Also, Blogtalk Radio. You can go to blogtalkradio.com and blogtalkradio.com/GOCC Church. You should see us there where you can listen to us through Blog Talk Radio, through the internet, or you can call in through your telephone, your cell phone, 515-605-9327. Again, 515-605-9327 to listen through Blog Talk. And if you have a comment or a question, press the number 1. When we go to the guest calls, we will take your call. All right. And we have about 172 current viewers. I believe last broadcast we were up to about a little over 600. So because of the channel being taken down, GOCC Texas, we probably won't have those numbers as of right now, as probably most people have no idea where to find us, or they're not getting the notification because they're not subscribed. But that's okay. We are here, and this will be archived so that those who may miss it can always come back and watch it. Okay. Now, I'm going to go back into, well, before I go to tonight's title, okay, I want to talk about what happened with GOCC Texas. Okay, let me pull my screen up here. I got a text message, I believe it was Monday of last week. It was right after we did our last broadcast. And somebody had told me that the GOCC Texas channel was not there. So, in the beginning, all I could do was laugh, like, wow, they took the channel down. I'm thinking in my mind. And I went there just to confirm and see for myself, and it said that the channel had been terminated. And, I had to laugh. I had to laugh to keep from getting angry, to understand and know why. And not that I wasn't upset, because I was upset for a few days, but the devil is very nervous, scared, and angry right now because the truth is coming out and he can't stop it. All right, the truth is the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of the Most High God. And the only way to stop the truth would be to destroy the Spirit of the Most High God, being the Holy Spirit, but it can't be destroyed because that Spirit sits next to him on his throne. Right? So if you just maybe, just destroy a platform where truth is going out of, or you maybe take down a person that's speaking truth, then the Holy Spirit will just find another avenue and another place to go to bring forth the truth. Like we're here right now on GOCC Southwest, right? So it's futile. It's futile when we talk about trying to stop this truth. And so I was laughing. And it's funny because at the beginning, if y'all remember of the broadcast, the last broadcast we did, I said that this broadcast, the information is so powerful that I wouldn't be surprised if they take the video down. And lo and behold, not only did they take the video down, they took the whole channel down. And it was very shocking because the channel had 0 strikes. In the 10 years of operation of GOCC Texas, the channel never had a single strike. So we went from 0 strikes to total termination, which is something really pretty much unheard of. The only other instance that I can recall where that's happened is for those that may, have, followed GOCC since 2009. Elder Ricard was on the streets in 2009, and there was a video that he did where he had a book of Freemasonry, and he actually opened the book and was showing inside the book how in Freemasonry they worship the god Jabulon, and they took that. Not only did they take that video down, they terminated the whole channel. I mean, it was at the time it was groundbreaking what he was going into on the streets, and I don't know if back then YouTube had a strike policy. I think they just terminated channels. Towards now, they have 3 strikes before they terminate your channel. So, again, it's all credit and due to the Most High God for this information and this truth being brought out the way that it is. And I think that that's a clear testament and sign that this is the truth and it's hitting home, and that the devil is scrambling around trying to stop it. Everything he does to try to push forth his agenda or stop the truth only ends up manifesting 100-fold on his head. And he can't figure out what to do about it. So the only thing he can do is what he's good at, which is destroying. But let me show you the email I got real quick so that you can see what YouTube sent to me. So this is the email I received from YouTube. It says here, YouTube account notification. We'd like to inform you that due to repeated or severe violations of our community guidelines, your YouTube account, GOCC Texas, has been suspended. After review, we determined that activity in your account violated our community guidelines, which prohibit spam, scams, or commercially deceptive content. Please be aware that you are prohibited from accessing, processing, or creating any other YouTube accounts. For more information about account terminations and how our community guidelines are enforced, please visit our Help Center. If you would like to appeal the suspension, please submit this form. So, again, the thing that really stands out to me here is that it says due to repeated or severe violations of our community guidelines. Now, there hasn't been any repeated because, again, we've never had any strikes. So that is not a repeated situation. So then they would have to fall under a severe violation of community guidelines. So then my question would be, what was so severe in violation of the community guidelines? Well, according to YouTube, it is spam, scams, or commercially deceptive content. So right there you have 3 different possibilities of what it could be. All right, which, isn't necessarily hard to try to square down what it could potentially be, but it branches out from those 3 categories of what it could be. But nonetheless, when you see that, you're thinking to yourself, spam, scam, or commercially deceptive content, like you're trying to understand what that is, right? So I put in the appeal, I submitted the form, and this is what I got back within about 24 hours. YouTube support. It says, thank you for your account suspension appeal. We have decided to keep your account suspended based on our community guidelines and terms of service. Please visit, and it has a link here. I'm going to click on it for more information. So when you click on the link here to try to see, okay, let's see what their community guidelines say, to try to get an understanding of why the termination. So when you look here, it says spam, deceptive practices, and scam. So this is what YouTube said it was. So when you click on this, there's a video here. We're not going to watch that, but it goes into all of what potentially or possibly you could have done. Now look at all this. You have video spam, misleading metadata or thumbnails, manipulated media, scams, voter suppression, suppression of census participation, candidate eligibility. You keep going down. There's all these, right? You keep going, but there's more. These are just some of them of what it could potentially be. Then you have more examples. Look at all this. So if I click on this one category, then this one category has all of this. So you see how ambiguous this is as far as what it could be. They never tell you exactly what it is, what you did. They leave it in this ambiguous realm of, you violated community guidelines. Therefore, they can't be held accountable maybe in a legal scenario. Because it's so broad and ambiguous, you can't nail down exactly what happened. Now, if you continue to scroll down, it says, what happens if content violates this policy? It says, if your content violates this policy, we'll remove the content and send you an email to let you know. Okay, now they didn't do that. They didn't remove, if it was the last broadcast, they didn't remove it. They didn't remove whatever the content was and send me an email and say, hey, this is violating community guidelines. It says, if this is your first time violating our community guidelines, you'll get a warning with no penalty to your channel. That didn't happen either. Okay, we didn't get a first time warning. It says, if it's not, we'll issue a strike against your channel. They didn't issue a strike. No warning, no strike. It says here, if you get 3 strikes, your channel will be terminated. And it says you can learn more about our strike system here. So if you get 3 strikes, you're out. Sounds like Joe Biden's crime bill. Him and Bill Clinton's crime bill, right? 3 strikes, you're out. But we didn't get 3 strikes. We didn't get 1 strike. We didn't get 1 warning. It went from nothing to termination. So even within their own policy, they didn't follow it, and they took the whole channel down. And even in an appeal, and potentially it was a mistake, it still wasn't. The suspension still wasn't uplifted. So I just wanted, you brothers and sisters to understand what's going on here. And it's not a mystery, because I had said at the beginning of last broadcast that this potentially could happen, at least with this broadcast, because of the information. But I didn't know it would be the whole channel. But I think that speaks volumes to what's coming out right now, that the devil is trying to censor and hide. But that shouldn't be a surprise for us as far as that being the case and what's going on. And we give all praises to the Most High for revealing the information and allowing it to be shown and shared and to be exposed. As Daniel said in chapter 11 in the book of Daniel, exploits, right? We're doing exploits of the devil's work. And, he's scrambling around trying to do everything he can to stop it. And, it's even more pathetic and speaks even more volume because the GOCC Texas channel, we had almost 5,000 subscribers. And so it wasn't like we were sitting at 100,000 or 500,000 or a million. It's not that many people that, we can say that are subscribed to the channel. And we had about 600 live viewers. We had, we average about 5,000 views per broadcast. So people are watching it, but, it's more of a, just those that mainly know about the broadcast. You may maybe have a person stumble on it here and there. So little old us that the devil is scared of, where he would have to terminate the whole channel with no warning, without even a warning, let alone, without no strikes, let alone even a warning. So, but we're not going to talk more about that. It wasn't just that broadcast, brothers and sisters, of why the channel was taken down, but future broadcasts that would come and continue to expose and exploit the things that are being done right now that are manipulative and that are deceptive and that are lies. And according to the Constitution, we have free speech. We should have the ability to speak our opinion. That is, if we still have First Amendment, right? So that would lead us to think that we don't have First Amendment rights, that this particular platform does not recognize the Constitution of the United States. So that's on them. Okay, we're going to continue to speak the truth, and we're going to continue to put the information out there so that people can make a decision for what they want to believe is true and what's not true. Right? My job is to be the messenger and to put the information out, not to convince anybody of what the truth is. You must seek the truth. Seek and ye shall find. Okay? So I'm just here to deliver the mail. What a person does with the mail once it's been delivered to the mailbox is up to them. Okay? And that is my right and the right I should have. Now, the name of the broadcast that was done last was called The Trump Spell, the Presidential Distraction, and Americans' Hope in Babylon. Okay, and I can only assume, based upon the speculation and the ambiguous community guidelines accusation, that it was because of this broadcast. But don't worry about it, because if you would like to watch this broadcast, if you go to the uploads here on this channel, you will find a link to where you can actually watch this broadcast in its entirety. Okay, so I'm recording broadcasts. We have all the broadcasts that we've done for Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon, and I've uploaded about half of them. I will get the other half back uploaded within the next week or two. And if you have any of the other videos off the channel, like videos of us, whether we were on the streets talking to people, or other videos where we may have been in the classroom teaching, send an email to GOCC because we would like to have those videos so we can put them here on the backup channel. Now, speaking of the Trump spell, I just wanted brothers and sisters to see I have on my I Voted for Christ hoodie, just so that everyone knows and understands that there's no Trump spell here. All right? We know who the real president is, and that his kingdom is not of this world. So that's where we stand. So thank you to Be Something for the hoodie. And we're going to continue to vote for Christ in any other election that may or may not arise until his return. Okay? So now that we've dealt with, the announcements and what happened with GOCC Texas, so everybody knows what's out there, what's going on, we can now move past all of that, and we can now go into tonight's broadcast, which is definitely right on par with last broadcast we did. Very, very powerful information coming out. It's coming out by the second, and prophecy is unfolding like never before seen right now. We have a special guest for tonight. We have Brother Lamont, who's with the Dallas Body. He's going to be joining us later to go into some information that he came across and share with me. And at the end of the broadcast, I have a special treat for y'all as well when it comes to voting for Christ. Okay, so you definitely want to make sure that you stay tuned for this whole broadcast. And without any further ado, let's get it. Again, the title for tonight's broadcast: Her plagues shall come in one day, and her judgment in 1 hour. Operation Warp Speed. Okay, so let's get some understanding on this. And what all this means. We're going to start, and we're going to go to the book of Revelation. We're going to open up with scripture. So let's first go to Revelation chapter 18, dealing with tonight's title. There's a lot here, but for time's sake, I'm not going to be able to go through every scripture, but I want to hit some key ones. So when you read Revelation 18, it's talking about Babylon the Great. All right. And for those who have studied history, have studied prophecy, you'll easily come to the conclusion and understanding that America is Babylon the Great, spoken of here, future prophecy in Revelations chapter 18. Okay, you see the Statue of Liberty here on your screen. Statue of Liberty is Queen Semiramis. Queen Semiramis was the queen of ancient Babylon. But not only is America ancient Babylon or modern day Babylon, America also is modern day Egypt. As you can see here, you see your Egyptian, you have your Sphinx here. America has in Las Vegas, they have I think it's called the Luxor Hotel, where they have the pyramid and the Sphinx out front. Okay, you can see pyramids all throughout America in different structures. You also have in Washington D.C., you have your Egyptian obelisk, which is your Washington Monument, another Egyptian monument. You also have the different architectural structures, like in Washington D.C. as well, like your White House and your Capitol building, all these Roman architectures. America is modern day Rome, modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. All those modern kingdoms all combined into one is what America is. But she's primarily known as Babylon the Great, Mystery Babylon, or the daughter of Babylon. Okay, she's the daughter. She's not the mother, and she is the offspring of the ancient. Now, when you go to Revelation 18, speaking of Babylon, verse 8 says, "Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, "Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come." So when we talk about Babylon, her plagues are going to come in 1 day, and her judgment is going to come in 1 hour. Now that's not literal time, but what that is telling us is that it's going to happen quickly. All right. The best way I could describe it, I was thinking of analogies. For some of you who may not be familiar with it, just stick with me here. There was a game I grew up playing. Of course, I was a big video game. We used to call ourselves Game Boys, those, very big on video games. But there was a video game I played in my younger years. It was called Mortal Kombat. So I'm pretty sure a lot of you are familiar with Mortal Kombat. They have movies, lots and lots of video games. But in Mortal Kombat, it was a fighting game. You fight. And, when you're beating up the opponent and you're giving it to them, and they're just getting beat down, okay? They get beat down. Those are the plagues. So imagine America getting beat down, and it tells us the plagues are death and mourning, famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. So when you're playing Mortal Kombat and you're beating down your enemy, and then you get to the end and they're done, they're just standing there because all their energy or all their health is gone. What do you hear? You hear "finish him," right? And then you would do a fatality, and in that split second, they're done. So that split second is the judgment, okay? The 1 hour. So the plagues being the beat down, and then finish him. When America is all the way beat down, there's going to be a finishing move, okay? And she'll be done, like a Thanos snap. Those who watch Marvel, in a blink of an eye, her judgment, she'll be done. Okay, so that's my analogy for when it comes to what's going on with the plagues and judgment for America. And I'm going to go more into this as we go through this broadcast, but speaking about it happening so fast is key because it ties into an operation going on right now, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you are familiar with it. We've done broadcasts in the past with titles about it. We've talked about it in numerous news and videos. Operation Warp Speed. And for those who are familiar with Star Wars, you have what was called warp speed when you travel, meaning you're traveling many, many light years in the blink of an eye. So it's very interesting that in Revelation 18, it talks about this quick time where plagues would come and then a judgment would come. And then America has a operation right now called Operation Warp Speed when it comes to dealing with the COVID vaccination. Okay, so that's the tie-in there. So what I want to do is I want to show a video here. And give me one moment as I'm getting rid of some of these windows. But let me put my screen up for you all so you can see it. Operation Warp Speed is a military operation. It is a YouTube video I have here. It says briefing with senior officials on Operation Warp Speed and COVID-19 vaccines. This is by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Okay, some of you may or may not be familiar with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, but they are working with the Department of Defense when it comes to briefing, they hold these briefings weekly, senior officials on Operation Warp Speed and COVID-19 vaccines. And you have a military, I'm not sure if he's a general or what, but his name is Perna. He's about to give a briefing here. Let's check it out.
Very much, and I will pass now to the co-leader with me of the operation, General Perna.
Mr. Secretary, and of course, Dr. Salawi, my co-leader, thank you for this opportunity to talk about and focus a little bit on distribution. So first, I just will say it is a large task, but it's a task that we are up for. And we're going to take a whole of America approach. That's why we're going to be able to do this. And we've been working on this now for over 6 months. Since the announcement 6 months ago on May 15th, we literally started planning accordingly. And it is the foundation of our planning started with the great experts at the CDC, and it's been extended to the jurisdiction planners so that we have a great collaborative plan on how to execute this together, right? And as the Secretary talked about earlier, we have implemented several mechanisms to allow other organizations inside of America to enable execution. Not one source or one organization will be responsible, but it's the collective group of us.
So he says we're working with a collective group, numerous group or multitude of organizations when it comes to this Operation Warp Speed initiative, okay?
That will make this successful. So distribution of the vaccine will be based on fair and equitable availability of the vaccine pro rata to the population. So in other words, population of the state against the available vaccine will be distributed to each state. We have been working these numbers with the states for a little while, and every week that goes by, we are able to create a tighter shot group of the actual numbers and the allocations that will be available to each state as we get going.
So he's saying that the vaccine distribution is going to be dependent upon the population per state. These are just some of their initial guidelines of how they're going to distribute when it comes to the vaccines. But we're going to go more in detail and behind the scenes of their plans when it comes to the vaccine and the distribution of it.
Distribution will be by jurisdiction. As I've talked about, I use jurisdiction in states, sometimes inappropriately. So let me define jurisdictions, 64 of them, 50 states, 8 territories, and 6 metropolitan cities equal the 64 jurisdictions. We're doing extensive planning with each of these organizations so that we implement their plan, right? So they will figure out where we want the vaccine to be distributed to and administered, and that's where the vaccine will be distributed accordingly. So we want to emphasize following, of course, FDA guidelines, CDC, ACIP guidelines, the governors and the states will figure out the plan, and we are ready to execute in collaboration with their plan as we've been working on for 6 months, doing numerous tabletop exercises and now extending it into actual rehearsals.
Doing numerous tabletop exercises and now extending it into rehearsals. We've talked about some of these tabletop exercises that have been done over the years, whether it was Operation Dark Winter, Operation Clade X, or Event 201, amongst many, many, many others. Okay, but now he's saying we did the exercises. Now we're doing the rehearsals. Okay.
Of how to move the product from fill-finish sites to distribution centers down to actual administration sites. We are making sure, as I said, that it's a whole of American approach. So let me pull the string on that a little bit for you. So clearly here in Health and Human Services, the CDC, the cornerstone, are experts that know how to distribute vaccine as they do every year annually for influenza, as they've done for H1N1, etc. Very talented group of people who know all the technical aspects and all the requirements that are needed to make sure that the vaccine, once we have it fill finished, we can distribute in a safe and effective way. The second step, as I mentioned earlier, is the 100% collaboration with the jurisdictions, making sure that we are integrated and synchronized and ready to implement their plan for way they want to execute immunization down at the administration sites as they define it.
So this military soldier, high-ranking official, is saying we're going to execute their plan according to how they want it executed. Okay, so you have to ask the question, who is this they he's talking about? Who is this power that's behind making the decisions on this rollout? And why is the military involved in a situation where you would say it's a health-related issue? Shouldn't there be doctors that are looking to roll this out? Why are they using military to roll out, vaccines or a health solution?
And we're ready to do that because we've been working together for quite a while. CDC published a playbook back in September, and the jurisdictions have been going through the playbook, filling it out. We've been collaborating, and we've been working the plan and the nuances to make sure that every detail is covered.
So the CDC has developed a playbook, and we've gone over some of these playbooks. These are their white papers. These are the papers and the documents they put out to show exactly what their target is, what their goals are, what their agendas are. And he says, they're executing it and have, worked it out to a T.
Second, we are working with commercial industry, the experts in this field, those that know how to produce, store, distribute, and administer the vaccine accordingly. They do this every day. This is the United States of America. This is not new to us. And so organizations, of course, starting with Fiser and Moderna, right, who know how to produce, fill finish, and then begin distribution of the vaccine, right? It's their core competency.
Now, he talked about Fiser and Moderna, and we're going to talk more about Fiser here shortly. But he's saying that these people are experts, so they know how to, when it comes to doing this, they know what they're doing. He's just a soldier there to take orders from his superiors when it comes to how they want it done. So the military is the muscle for this agenda to make sure it gets done. Okay?
Then we're working with McKesson, a large, very large distribution company that knows how to produce or distribute vaccine throughout the entire country, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then, as the Secretary mentioned, we have collaborated with pharma such as CVS and Walgreens, right? And so that we have already laid out plans and coordinated memorandums of agreement to ensure that we're executing the right way in accordance with the jurisdiction plans. As they direct, we'll execute. So we're bringing this whole of America approach from government to industry, and we're bringing it all together to ensure that safe and effective vaccines are delivered to the American people in a timely manner. The time associated with delivery. We will begin distribution of the vaccine within 24 hours after emergency use authorization is approved.
Let's hear that again. What did he just say? This is key, what he just said. Let's hear that again.
delivered to the American people in a timely manner. The time associated with delivery. We will begin distribution of the vaccine within 24 hours after emergency use authorization is approved.
We will begin to deliver the vaccine within 24 hours after emergency authorization has been approved. Again, this is Operation Warp Speed. Let's see how fast they're talking about going with this speed. Because people think Operation Warp Speed, you're thinking, okay, maybe weeks, maybe months. Let's see how fast he's saying they're going to, once they get the authorization, they're going to roll it out within 24 hours. Then how much time do they expect everybody to be vaccinated after it's been approved and rolled out? Check this out.
Right, and only after the science has determined and approved it accordingly, then we are poised and ready to begin distribution. Distribution will occur from our fill-finish sites, and will go to all 64 jurisdictions that we are responsible to ensure that they get vaccine for within 24 hours. So everybody, every jurisdiction will have access immediately.
So they're going to get, all the jurisdictions are going to have access immediately. Once the trumpet is sounded and the decree goes forth that it's been authorized and approved, they're going to have it immediately. And for those of us that know better, know that those vaccines are already there waiting. They're already approved, but they just haven't told the public yet. They're just there waiting. This is all a script. Okay, but they're giving you a little bit of insight here into, how they're working it from a political side or from a narrative side. But they give a lot of insight to, other details as well.
Upon the initial push of vaccine, which is the quantities of vaccine that are available upon the emergency use authorization, then we will begin a weekly cadence of delivery of vaccine. As vaccine comes off the shelf, as it has been approved and available for distribution, we will distribute it to the 64 jurisdictions.
So they're saying that it's going to take weeks to get the vaccines out and distributed once the authorization has been given. But again, brothers and sisters, they already have the vaccine stockpiled. We read the article last broadcast to show you that the military already has these vaccines stockpiled and they haven't even been approved yet. Okay, so this is just a narrative. This is just making you believe that there's a story here without telling you what's really going on, that they're already ready. They have everything in position and ready to go. Okay, they're waiting for the time, because there's a timeline they must follow. So all they're doing is waiting for the right time when they need it to happen, regardless of what events are happening and going on. All right, they're just giving you the story to lead you up to that time.
So initial push, and then continuous cadence of delivery of vaccine to ensure that we rapidly expand the availability to the entire country simultaneously.
That we rapidly expand the availability of the vaccine to the whole country, rapidly. Okay, so if something's happening rapidly, it's happening quickly. But it's going to get real quick here in just a moment, how fast, once these vaccines they say are in place, how fast they expect people to be vaccinated.
We are working with jurisdictions to do several things, though, that we need to make sure that we get done as we get closer to final approval at the EUA by the FDA. 3 things that we're working with the jurisdictions that we need to have. First, we must have jurisdictions create good, solid, expansive provider enrollment, right? As many organizations as they want need to be enrolled so that we can expand distribution rapidly to the quantities of vaccine that's available. Only to providers that are enrolled can we distribute to. So they can limit it to a certain amount, or they can expand it so that we can ensure that we're covering the entire country, as the Secretary alluded to in his comments. Very key point. We have made significant progress in this area. We are just counting the eaches of provider enrollments that we need to get done as we get closer and closer to final distribution day. Second, we must have the states go through and sign their data use agreements. This is incredibly important, right, for the new vaccine going out to the American people. First, we must be able to see who got their first dose, where they got their first dose, and what vaccine did they receive as their first dose.
Say that again. I mean, this is they have it down to a T on how they're going to do this thing, and these vaccines have serial numbers and barcodes attached to them, so they'll know exactly what vaccine you got and from who.
Vaccine going out to the American people. First, we must be able to see who got their first dose, where they got their first dose, and what vaccine did they receive as their first dose.
Who got their first dose, where they got their first dose, and, what vaccine they got as their first dose. Because you have so many different vaccine companies making vaccines. You have vaccines coming from all over the place. There's dozens of vaccine manufacturers that are putting their bid in for the COVID vaccine. But each vaccine is going to have a serial number attached to it and a barcode, so they know exactly who and where you got your vaccine from.
Why? Because we must ensure that we can do the same for the second dose of each vaccine that we're sending out.
Because they need to know for the second dose, because right now they're saying it's a 2-dose dosage. They need to know, okay, what first dose you got, so they can know what second dose to give you and where that dose needs to come from.
The second thing, and really important, is we want to make sure that we have a good, consistent flow of vaccine out to the American people. And so our ability to track the uptake, the actual administration of the shot in an arm, is going to be essential to us making sure we deliver vaccine on a continuous basis. So really important. The third thing I would keep the jurisdictions working on is their actual rehearsals in the execution of the plan. We conduct tabletop exercises at this level, right, where all of government and industry and jurisdictions participate, but then we're expanding it now to actual execution down at the tactical level or down in the local cities. How do we work a distribution of vaccine through the CVS, Walgreens, et cetera, at the hospital? How does it actually get received, unloaded, stored, and then administered is the rehearsals we're working. I continually emphasize this when I talk to jurisdictions. It is a great mechanism to check and double check to make sure everything is in place.
So he's going over all the logistics, how they have all the logistics laid out to a T, exactly how they're going to do it. Because they've done tabletop exercises for years, for decades, on this particular type of an event. So now here comes the rehearsal, which is what they're doing now.
What we're doing to make sure that that we are ready at this level after working these details for the last 6 months, as I've told the team, 2 things we must have. One, upon emergency use authorization, all of America must receive vaccine within 24 hours, as I said.
Let's hear that again. He said all Americans must receive a vaccine how fast?
Well, after working these details for the last 6 months, as I've told the team, 2 things we must have. One, upon emergency use authorization, all of America must receive vaccine within 24 hours, as I said.
All of America must receive vaccines within 24 hours. Now, you may say that that goes back to what he said earlier about just getting the vaccines out. No. He's actually telling you something different here. Right? Intentionally. He's saying that once the vaccine's ready and they have it in place, you must get vaccinated within 24 hours. Warp speed. Everyone.
I think this is incredibly important. Fair and equitable distribution of the vaccine throughout the country simultaneously. There is no haves and have-nots.
You hear that? Fair and equitable distribution. There are no haves and have-nots. So not just minorities, but everyone is going to have to receive it within 24 hours once it's in place. Warp speed.
Said, I think this is incredibly important. Fair and equitable distribution of the vaccine throughout the country simultaneously. There is no haves and have-nots. It is an equitable distribution, and we are driving hard to make sure that that happens. The second thing that we want to do is make sure that the cadence of vaccine delivery following the first push is routine so that states/jurisdictions can plan for it and account and develop execution of the administration in a routine method so that the population is well informed and that they know where to get the vaccine and when to get the vaccine. And so those 2 points we're driving home.
They're driving home the point of where and when Americans can get their vaccines. We're going to go into the where and when in a document after this video. Okay, but he's laying it all out. They're not hiding anything. They're only coming to you under the guise that it's for good, that it's for good. But they're not, keeping it a secret exactly how they're going to do it. Okay?
As key essential tasks at our level. And so, Mr. Secretary, thank you. Pause.
All right. So I'm going to, again, as I always do, I'm going to leave all the links that we go over tonight in the description box of this broadcast. But this is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and on their channel, you can watch all of these briefings. This was just 15 minutes of a 55-minute briefing of, I just wanted to hear the Perna, Perna Army guy. All right, I just wanted to hear this, this I'll call him a general. I just wanted to hear him speak, because he's the actual head of the military. He's the head man over Operation Warp Speed for the military. Okay. Now, he said one thing real key we're about to go into. They want to drive home to the American people when and where they can get this vaccine. Okay. We're here at naturalnews.com, and it says U.S. infrastructure to be converted to a mass vaccine compliance system rife with propaganda and entry requirements. So the U.S. infrastructure, everything that you know when it comes to American infrastructure, businesses, offices, buildings, the whole system is about to be converted to a mass vaccine compliance system where you're not going to be able to go any place in this system and not get a vaccine. It's going to be there for you wherever you go. Not just your grocery store, not just your Walgreens or your CVS. Anywhere you go, there's the vaccine. What's your excuse for not taking it? Okay? And we're going to go into the fact that, your compliance in this system will be whether or not you'll be able to operate within it. The document that this news article is speaking from, we're going to go into, It's actually the PDF right here. And when you go to this PDF, it actually takes you to this document. We're going to go into this document right here. It says the public's role in COVID-19 vaccination, planning recommendations, informed by design thinking and the social, behavioral, and communication sciences. Working group on readying populations for COVID-19 vaccine, July 2020. And who is behind this document? That's a familiar name. Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, Center for Health Security. Where have we seen Johns Hopkins at before? Operation Dark Winter, Operation Clade X, and Event 201 were all exercises, simulations done by Johns Hopkins, to name a few. Center for Health Security. So here it is, another Johns Hopkins document. And you also have Texas State Anthropology here. And we're going to go more into the connection here very soon on that you also have Texas State involved in this document on how to, this is what the Perna guy was telling you about, General Perna, about the thinking and the social, behavioral, and communication sciences. How can we, psychologically convince people to take this vaccine and make them comfortable with the idea of taking it? That's what this document goes into. So let's go into a little bit of it here. This is gonna really, it may shock you, but it's probably going to confirm what you already have known when it comes to their vaccine agenda and what we've talked about for a long time when it comes to how they're going to do this. All right. Check this out. It says, here's a summary. This report considers human factors in relation to future vaccines against the novel coronavirus, which is the SARS-CoV-2, drawing on insights from design thinking and the social, behavioral, and communication sciences. It provides recommendations directed to both U.S. policymakers and practitioners, as well as non-traditional partners, new to public health's mission of vaccination, on how to advance public understanding of, access to, and acceptance of vaccines that protect against COVID-19. The protracted COVID-19 pandemic has placed multiple stresses on the U.S. public. The threat of illness and death, the isolating effects of physical distancing measures, and the uncertainties and hardships associated with disrupted economic activities. People's resilience is being sorely tested. The scientific community, with support of the federal government, is taking extraordinary steps to develop SARS-CoV-2 vaccines as swiftly as possible and along the way to inspire hope that relief is coming. Despite vaccination's promise of release, some Americans, including those most at risk of COVID-19 impacts, may miss out on or opt out of this life-preserving public health measure. Some may worry about whether SARS-CoV-2 vaccines are safe or if they work at all. Some may be mistrustful of vaccine manufacturers, the agencies that regulate the industry, and or the public health authorities recommending the products. For others, the issue may be access. Will a COVID-19 vaccine be affordable, easy to get to without losing wages or taking public transportation and risking infection? and or provided in a place that feels safe. Under these circumstances, what can be done to ensure that U.S. populations, particularly those at high risk for serious illness, benefit from SARS-CoV-2 vaccines? With the current lag time in vaccine availability, U.S. vaccination planners and implementers can exercise foresight and take proactive steps now to overcome potential hurdles to vaccine uptake. So this document goes into all the things that Perna was saying, that they've been doing tabletop exercises and trying to understand the psychological mind of people and how can we make this effective, easy to access, and convince them to accept and take this vaccine. Okay, check it out. Cross-cutting recommendation. Put people at the center of a revolutionary SARS-CoV-2 vaccine enterprise. So this is a revolution vaccine enterprise here we're talking about. It says, joined by private foundations, Operation Warp Speed should commit a portion of its budget and work through the National Institutes of Health, the National Science Foundation, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to support rapid, there goes that word, you're always going to see this word rapid. Okay, that's part of Operation Warp Speed and the swiftness of them moving forward with this agenda. Rapid response research into the human factors related to COVID-19 vaccination. Okay, now we're going to speed through this document because there's a lot here. Y'all will have access to it. Check this out. It says, much is still unknown about what the diverse U.S. public knows, believes, feels, cares about, hopes, and fears in relation to SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. Nonetheless, some trends are worrisome. So they're worried about what the U.S. population feels, understands, and knows when it comes to this vaccine. It says optimistic projections about vaccine development timelines and emphasis on unprecedented speed appear to be fostering unrealistic expectations about availability, as well as safety concerns about rushed product or compromised safety guards. Some communities are worried about being the future subject of experimentation. I wonder what communities they're referring to. Well, this document goes into those communities, and I'm pretty sure, family, that you can understand and already know what communities they're talking about. It says underestimated COVID-19 disease risk engendered by an uneven government response could dampen future public demand for vaccines. Okay, let's keep going through this here. Recommendation number two, earn the public's confidence that vaccine allocation and availability are even-handed. So their recommendation and goal is to do what? Earn the public's confidence, for them to earn your trust. So in order for them to earn your trust, in comes the psychology. We're going to go into a lot of the psychology they're using to try to manipulate you into the idea of taking this vaccine, okay, without being honest. It says here, let's see here, what do I want? I just want to hit the main points. There's so much in this. It says the U.S. government should take steps to make the vaccine available at no cost for all Americans and publicly pledge that everyone who wants a COVID-19 vaccine will get a COVID-19 vaccine. We're going to talk about this vaccine being available at what? No cost. How are they able to make it available for no cost? Okay. Check this out. Recommendation number 3. Make vaccination available in safe, familiar, and convenient places. How convenient? Let's see. It says once the vaccine is available, it needs to be made available to the public. This will entail accessing local vaccination capacities and addressing any inadequacies. It will also require work with community members, and particularly members of minority and other marginalized communities. So there goes those communities we spoke of earlier. And they're not bashful at all in this document of how much their focus is on. When you talk about minority, they break it down. They mainly talk about the black community and the Hispanic community. All throughout this document, they repeat it over and over again of how their focus is getting into the black and Hispanic minority community with this vaccine. To establish vaccination sites that will be accessible and feel safe. So they want to convince you that the access, or make it accessible to where everywhere you go, you can't walk outside without there's something within, distance that you could walk to where they can give you a vaccine, and to make the environment to where you feel safe, you feel comfortable. What are some of these locations that will make you feel safe? Let's see. It says here, local and state public health agencies should explore collaborations with interagency and non-government partners to use non-traditional sites, for example, places of worship. So they're telling the local and state public health agencies to explore non-governmental partners, non-traditional sites like your church, place of worship. You go to church, you can get a vaccine. There it is. And we've talked about the FEMA pastors, those pastors that will sign up with FEMA and be FEMA processing centers to process people during these types of events. All right, so go to your church, you get a COVID jab. You're not going to be able to go anywhere and the jab isn't right there waiting for you to take. Your pastors will be in line convincing you to take the vaccine. And we're going to talk about, and who is the main people that go to church? Who are the main people going to places of worship? Okay, so a lot of these pastors are going to sell out, if they haven't already, okay, for filthy lucre, for status, for whatever hope it is that they can gain or get from being in compliance to this infrastructure, this COVID-19 vaccine infrastructure, but not just places of worship, senior centers, so places of like nursing homes. Okay, it says as vaccination sites. These are going to be vaccination sites. Your church is going to turn into a vaccination site under their plans. And number 2, explore opportunities to bundle COVID-19 vaccination with other safety net services. Check this out. Recommendation number 4, communication or communicate in meaningful, relevant, and personal terms, crowding out misinformation. What do they mean? It says a profusion of information and misinformation now circulates about the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the first COVID-19 vaccine being at minimum months away from materializing, this is back in June when they had this, June or July when they put this out, so it was months away then, but it's here now. The topic of vaccination has already commanded immense public attention and generated its own pool of misinformation. So what they're saying is that you have those people that would actually speak against their vaccine or against their infrastructure. So that for them is qualified as misinformation. In an already volatile and uncertain pandemic environment, health communicators are faced with a complicated challenge of engaging, educating, and empowering audiences who have diverse beliefs and life circumstances. So again, this is part of their social and behavioral science in this, is to then educate you according to, or psychologically mind control you into that, accepting that this vaccine is safe, that what it's for. Now, one thing I would ask, since they're going to be educating, can you educate me on what the ingredients are? Can you give me a full list and rundown of every ingredient? And the things that I can't pronounce, or the things that I don't know what that is, can you then define what that component is? What makes up that component? If they're going to be educating, those are the questions I'm going to ask. Okay, so let's see here what else we have. It says trusted community spokespersons should be engaged in communication efforts to amplify vaccine affirming, personally relevant messages. This will help neutralize misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines and vaccination operations. So they're telling you that they already are looking at things that they would consider to be misinformation. Now you have to ask yourself, how are they going to deal with those who they feel are giving and spreading forth misinformation? Recommendation number 5. Establish independent representative bodies to instill public ownership of the vaccination program. Okay, so this just goes into the U.S. government sponsoring a national panel of experts that would, be who they would put up as the people you would go to and look to for, as the lead in this. Each state should establish a public oversight committee. All right, this is what they're saying. Each state should establish a public oversight committee to review and report on systems that have an impact on public understanding, access to, and acceptance of COVID-19 vaccines. It says, unless these critical steps are taken, a future COVID-19 vaccination campaign may fall short. So check this out. A worst case scenario would involve an inability to stop the ravages of the disease and its cascading social and economic effects. So they're saying if people don't listen and take the vaccine, it can only lead to the disease spiraling out of control and destroying all the different components of our life. It could destroy the economy. It could destroy our social interactions. Further erosion of public trust in government, public health, and vaccine science. and potential threat to other life-preserving and life-enhancing vaccination efforts. It says, that said, a successful COVID-19 vaccination endeavor promises an alternative future. Check out what their definition of an alternative future is. A return to a sense of normalcy. All right, so the only way back, according to them, to normalcy is with the COVID-19 vaccine, when we've already heard people like Schwab, who is the authority of the Great Reset, said regardless, we're not going back to the old normal. We're going into a Great Reset. The CDC has come out, and the WHO has come out in past times and said that even with the vaccine, we're not going back to normal because it doesn't have anything to do with the vaccine or COVID-19. It has to do with global warming. Okay, so all the while they're telling you the new normal, or that there will be no old normal, they're still trying to convince you that there will be. All right, so let's speed through this here. As you can see, there's a lot here. There's, I think there's 40 something pages to this document, but it lays it out. I just want to hit the main points of this. That actually goes with this broadcast. Because really the main part that really has to be highlighted is how they're looking to, the fact that they understand that they must convince the public to take this vaccine. It says, embed rapid social, behavioral, and communication science with COVID-19 response, helping to deliver timely data and empirically based advice. All right, let me speed through this here and find some key points. One moment, family. I'm just going through this here. There's a lot here. I want to get to the places they're going to use to roll this out and who they're looking to roll it out to. Those were the main points. And I think this is going into recommendation number 2 here. So here it is. So here's a part here. It says it's talking about the different tiers on who they're looking to target. It says the first tier includes those individuals who are critical healthcare and other workers. That's going to be your frontline workers, like your nurses and your doctors. It says with tiers 2 and 3, including others who also work in healthcare and other essential jobs or who fall into the following categories. Those who are age 65 and older, so they're coming for the elderly. Those who are living in long-term care facilities or those with medical conditions that would increase the risk of developing severe COVID-19. Tiers 4 and 5, however, are loosely defined as the general population, an expected 206 million individuals. Concerns about the vague nature of the tier descriptions have already been raised by the full ACIP committee, for example, who precisely falls into the category of a high-risk medical worker. Additional questions remain regarding criteria surrounding race and ethnicity, low-income populations, and pregnant women. So it's going to go into the race and ethnicity in the low-income populations. So they're making it seem like, you know, those who are low income or come from a certain race demographic, those are going to be the ones left out, and they don't want them left out in this vaccine. They should be the ones that are more so toward the front. So check this out. Some individuals in potential priority of the vaccine target groups may forego vaccination. Healthcare workers are often considered high on vaccine priority schedules because of disease exposure risk and potential for transmission to high-risk persons. However, some healthcare workers are hesitant to be vaccinated. For example, 2018 to 2019 flu vaccination coverage among healthcare personnel was 81.1%, similar to coverage the prior 4 seasons. Additionally, precedent exists for healthcare workers' reluctance towards vaccination during a pandemic, as seen with the 2009 H1N1 influenza pandemic. Few healthcare workers, too, volunteered for the 2003 smallpox vaccination campaign, in part due to the program's failure to engage constituents early on and to make its rationale transparent. A legacy of experimentation on black men and women has led to distrust of the medical establishment, including a lack of trust in vaccination processes and an absence of interpersonal trust between patients and providers. So there's your black men and women. And it says a legacy of experimentation. We as black people have a legacy of experimentation done on us, and they know it. And so that is part of their psychology. How do they overcome that and convince us to take this vaccine? It says public health authorities, too, elicit a lesser degree of trust among black, Hispanic, and lower income populations in connection with vaccine recommendations. You see that? So we're already in a place of not trusting them. So how do they overcome that lack of trust? We're going to talk about some of their methodologies, how they're going to be able to overcome our lack of participation in their experiment. Right, in the next chapter of experimentation on black people. It says, despite best intentions, the prioritization of black communities for vaccination may prompt concerns that they are what? Testing subjects, that we are being used as guinea pigs or testing subjects for a novel vaccine. Thus, the U.S. is in a paradox where populations of color could be prioritized for vaccination based on their increased risk for disease, yet doing so may be perceived as experimenting on a vulnerable population. So they're saying because we suffer from disease the most, we need this the most, but because of past experimentations on our race, we're forego the vaccine because we don't want to be experimented on. especially in a scenario where they're rolling this out so fast, which vaccinations usually take 3 to 5 years before they get approved in years past. And this is all being rolled out according to them and all being done within a year. Let's see what else we have here. And this is mentioned all throughout this document of how they're trying to psychologically convince the Black, Latino, and minority community to participate in the COVID vaccination program. Check this out. Absent evidence to the contrary, pre-existing inequalities could influence public perceptions about fairness or favoritism with vaccine allocation. All right, let's check this out. The backdrop for such discussions includes systemic and pervasive racial biases in the U.S. healthcare system, including lack of insurance and a lesser quality of care for non-white and rural low-income populations. Social disparities, for example, have resulted in Black populations experiencing increased morbidity and mortality compared to their white peers, sometimes in ways that cannot be accounted for by access to health care and income. So basically what they're saying is because we don't have access to the health care because we can't afford it, you know, they want to be able to win over the trust that will be the ones that won't be, as you could say, there won't be any prejudice, right? Or any racial bias that because we're Black, we can't get the vaccine. It's not for us. It's only for the rich, right? And the, you know, the rich and well off, you know, those that are in the inner circle. So that's another part of their psychology to say, well, we don't want to seem unfair and make it seem like because you can't afford it, you can't have it. It's free. Come on in. We want to make sure that you aren't sitting in the back of the bus with the vaccine. You're at the front of the bus. No more racism. See, and that's part of this whole Black Lives Matter movement when it comes to, you know, us being unfairly treated throughout our time as a black race living here in America, is the fact that, you know, we've been treated unfairly. Well, no more with this. We're going to treat you fairly. You're going to be, not only are you going to get it, but we're going to put you at the front of the line to get it. You see, so that's part of, again, the manipulation, the mind control, and the psychology with this as well. And it goes into it right here. Social protest about systemic racism define a political environment in which allocation of the COVID vaccine may become a flashpoint if the process is unjudged, unfair. So it says recurrent large-scale nationwide protests have heightened the visibility of and public concerns about law enforcement's disproportionate use of deadly force against people of color, further eroding trust in government institutions. So on one hand, they're saying because of the whole movement against, you know, police brutality and, you know, being oppressed and all of that is leading Black people to a lack of trust towards them. So they now must overcome that by making it seem as if this is something special, and they're going to make us feel special by making sure that we are the first to receive it and that it's equitable and fair. It says, moreover, the reactions of some local leaders to pandemic conditions in the context of peaceful demonstrations as well as acts of civil disobedience have had additional splintering effects. Okay. So there's more there, but I want to keep going. So, you know, you can see how this whole thing is geared towards race when it comes to the vaccine. Like they're one of their big concerns is about making sure that black people feel comfortable and Hispanic and minorities feel comfortable and safe when it comes to getting the vaccine, that we feel very good about it, very confident about getting it, and that, they're actually doing us such a huge benefit. Now, let me get to check this out. It says here, in the pandemic, the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on U.S. Latinos, for example, is a function of exposure at jobs with inadequate sick leave policies, greater incidence of diabetes and other pre-existing conditions, tight living conditions, lower rates of insurance coverage, mistrust of healthcare sector, and for some, concern over immigration status. These factors could inhibit vaccination among Latinos if not anticipated and consciously remedied. So they just went into all the reasons of why, Latinos have COVID, because they live in tight living conditions. You have so many of them living in one house because their jobs don't allow them to have sick leave. They have to just work and work and work because they already have health issues. They don't have access to the health care, and they don't have low insurance rates. So you see how it feeds into the fact of these are the people that are the carriers of COVID, and they need the vaccine the most. All right, so let me get the last part here, and then we're going to move forward because there's so much here to cover, and there's so much more I still want to cover. Recommendation number 3 said, make vaccination available in safe, familiar, and convenient places. Convenient places. What convenient places? Let's see here. What convenient places are they talking about? We already touched on it earlier. Let's see here. Because they lay it all the way out. Check this out. It says safe and accessible sites, both traditional and innovative ones, for all eligible recipients will be critical during the COVID-19 vaccine rollout. The COVID vaccine may require ramping up the use of sites that are already available and accessible to older adults but are used less frequently. Widely placed community pharmacies, for example, are an underutilized site for routine vaccine promotion and administration. But they were used successfully for expanding access to pandemic vaccine in 2009 and 2010. Most adults in the U.S. live closer to a pharmacy than to a clinic, and pharmacy vaccination programs can be especially effective for harder to reach populations. Pharmacy immunization efforts work best when pharmacists are given adequate training in administering a new vaccine, and when state-level policies allow pharmacists the ability to administer a vaccine directly without a standing order. Other non-traditional vaccination settings include grocery stores, senior citizens centers, health departments, mass vaccination clinics, and local corporations. These have been assessed as safe and acceptable sites for pneumococcal and influenza vaccines. After doctors' offices, the next most common settings for influenza vaccination are pharmacies, your supermarkets, and your workplace. So your job, right? You go to your job, they're going to have the vaccination table set up. It says to allow adults to be vaccinated directly in their workplaces seems prudent, especially for essential workers likely to be in the first tier for vaccination. Check this out. Schools, which are trusted institutions present in every community, they're present in every community and available on weekends and at night, are an additional candidate location. So we talked about how they're already passing laws to where your school can give your children the vaccine without your consent. So now they're telling you that the school is another trusted place where the vaccine can be set, the vaccination table can be set up. It says they were used during mass polio vaccination campaigns. In some cases, it also may be acceptable and feasible to deliver vaccination via home visits by community health nurses when vaccination is bundled with delivery of other preventative health services. So don't worry about it if you can't get out. If you're scared to get out, they'll just come to your house and do a vaccine delivery for you. And they'll come to your house and give it to you in the comfort of your home. How warm, right? How warm that you can get this vaccine in your house. And we've already showed the military in the United Kingdom going door to door, knocking on people's doors to give them the test. So can you imagine now the military shows up at your door and tells you, hey, we're here to home deliver you and give you the vaccine. You know, same way you would deliver a pizza. Hey, you can get home delivered vaccinations. It says this approach has received a strong recommendation in the past from the Community Preventative Services Task Force, ensuring that all COVID-19 vaccination sites maintain safe physical distancing practices may require additional planning. All right, let's see where else they want to put the vaccination centers at. One second here. I mean, they got it all figured out. It says here, mass vaccination clinics and physicians' offices may be less convenient and feel less safe than other sites for Black and minority communities. In the case of future COVID vaccines, DoD's central role in Operation Warp Speed operations could also compromise trust, as this could be perceived as a militarized approach to vaccination that is outside of the norm and may provoke fear in certain groups. So that might be one of the most powerful two sentences and two lines in this document. How, you know, a mass vaccination clinic in a physician's office may feel less safe and convenient for Blacks and minority communities. You see how they're not saying anything about the white community or about the Arab community or about the Chinese community where the virus supposedly started was in China. They're not talking about none of those communities and how they can help those communities out. It's all about making Blacks, Hispanics, and minorities feel safe and comfortable. And then it goes on to say that the Department of Defense and Operation Warp Speed operations could compromise trust. Why? Because it could be perceived as a militarized approach to vaccination that is outside of the norm and may provoke fear in certain groups. So that's what, we're trying to bring forth here, brothers and sisters, that they already have all their I's dotted and T's crossed when it comes to understanding the psyche of the different reasons of why a person may be in opposition to the vaccine. They understand it, and their goal is to now figure out how do they overcome this opposition. Here's the line right here. I'm going to blow it up so that you can see it, and you can read this on your own. It's right there. Okay? So everything we've been saying that it is, they're saying that they already know people are going to say these types of things that we've said. So what do we do to overcome their denial or rejection of our vaccine? Check this out. Utilize non-traditional vaccination sites like schools, pharmacy, workplaces, grocery stores, health departments, mass vaccination clinics, faith centers. There goes your churches, your places of worship. Hold up. Barber shops. You go to the barber shop, right? Yep, they're going to have the vaccination center set up at your barber shop. You can go in and get a fade and get a jab in the same visit. Matter of fact, while you're waiting on your fade, you can get the jab. Or while you're getting faded, get the jab. You know, you get them all at the same time and make the most out of your time. Sisters, you go to the salon to get your hair did. Don't worry, they're going to have the vaccination centers set up at your hair salon shops. Okay? Hold up. Senior centers. We talked about that. Hold on. Your dental offices. So hey, you're getting jabbed in the mouth, into your teeth. You're getting jabbed in the teeth by the dentist. You can get the jab in the arm with the COVID vaccine, all in one sitting. Imagine getting jabbed all over. You're getting jabbed in the mouth, getting jabbed in the teeth, and you're getting jabbed in the arm. Or maybe, hey, they might be jabbing people in the behind. Tell you to bend over, and that's where the jab is going. Right? Home visits and others. Okay? So they have it all lined up. This is the infrastructure that we were just looking at here on Natural News, U.S. infrastructure to be converted to a mass vaccine compliance system rife with propaganda and entry requirements. So this is full. This document full of propaganda and entry requirements. Hold up. Hold up. They're anticipating hesitancy among marginalized populations who may be fearful or wary of seeking vaccination at sites that have historically caused mistrust. So they're not going to go to the doctor's office or to the Walgreens or to your vaccination clinics, because those places are known. Hey, you go there and you get whatever they're giving out, and you come home sick. So hey, I don't want to go there. So what are they going to do? And plan to either expand sites to better serve these populations or engage these populations earlier to earn and build trust. This may require thinking outside the box and using novel sites to better serve marginalized population. Churches, okay? You'll feel comfortable at church getting the vaccine because your pastor's telling you, hey, if you take the vaccine, you're going to get your old life back. Or, Jesus wants you to take the vaccine. Jesus gave out who knows what these pastors are going to be saying? Jesus would take the vaccine if he was here. They may even lie and say, yeah, Jesus was giving out vaccines. That's how he was healing people. Nah, Christ was not giving out no vaccines. Christ was laying hands on people and casting the demon out. That's how he was healing. But when you have a system that's set up to play God, and what they would do is create their medicine and go against the medicine that God created out of the earth, and God is the one who determines who lives and who dies. They want the power to determine who lives and who dies. Okay, but hey, go to church, get your jab, get your vaccine. Schools, go to your high school, middle school, elementary school, preschool, your nurseries, your colleges, culturally specific community centers. So a Martin Luther King community center that you go to. Yep, they're gonna have the jab set up for you. Or senior centers, mobile clinics. These non-traditional settings will also require the public health workers tasked with vaccination to be culturally competent. Check this out. Vaccination sites should not be heavily policed or send any signals that the site might be unsafe for Black or other minority communities. So you can't have police everywhere at the vaccination site, or blacks and minorities will feel uncomfortable, because remember, we hate the police. Right? So they're looking to defund the police. They'll put military there and hope that you'll feel more comfortable with it being military and not police. Right? Check this out. Additionally, other services should be provided at these sites that may be urgently needed, given other current COVID-related stressors experienced by marginalized populations. These may include food aid, employment aid, or other preventative health services. So let me ask you, brothers and sisters, a question. Who does this sound like this is aimed towards? And only aimed towards? Who goes to barbershops? Who goes to church? Who is the one that are marginalized, that are seeking food aid and employment aid predominantly? All right, so and this is repetitive throughout this whole document. And we haven't even got to the part of them looking to crowd out misinformation. Check this out. A profusion of true and false information now circulates around the COVID-19 pandemic. The WHO recently used the term infodemic to describe the wild propagation of true and false information during the COVID-19 pandemic. In this crowded information landscape, key messages can fail to stick out, and the veracity of information globally can be difficult to determine. Check this out. The United Nations has acknowledged the world's battle with a pandemic of misinformation, and some of the largest social media platforms have struggled to address the issue. So because of Facebook, because of YouTube, because of Twitter, where people can get on and have these discussions we're having, right? They don't have a control of the information that's going out. And they need to be able to control that to be able to have success with their vaccination program. That's what they're saying. The first COVID-19 vaccine is far from materializing, but the topic has already commanded immense public attention and generated its own pool of misinformation. Vaccine misinformation extends beyond the advent of social media platforms. Examples of vaccine-hesitant people in the anti-vax movement perpetrating vaccine misinformation and organizing disinformation campaigns have a long lineage. Misinformation on future COVID-19 vaccines has already begun and ranges from traditional rumors questioning vaccine safety to more complicated narratives espousing that a future COVID-19 vaccine was created alongside the virus and that major organizations are planning to use a COVID COVID-19 vaccination campaign as a cover for covert tracking operations or for financial gain. So don't think, family, that they don't understand and know what's being said that's going against them, that the points that are coming out and being brought up and it's being said against them, that they don't understand that's being said and that it's a problem for them, and they must figure out a way to overcome and combat that. And then you got to figure out, okay, what are their plans and what do they have planned to do to overcome what they would call misinformation or their control on the information. All right, so it's an information war. It's them having it in place and trying to convince the public that all of that, what they're being told or what they believe, is misinformation. Here's them saying, here's the truth about it. We're going to give you the truth and why you should take it. Okay, so I mean that pretty much covers it. I mean, it goes into more depth on all of these things we've said so far. I mean, check this out. It says the U.S. has already witnessed divisions in regard to COVID-19, with certain communities pushing back against public health interventions like business closures, social distancing, and mask wearing. Research has shown that this often falls along political lines in the country, a scenario that further complicates communication efforts. So it's all right there. A lot of the stuff we talk about, they already know because they're watching, they're paying attention. The reason why a whole Texas GOCC YouTube channel can be shut down, because that is their way of controlling the information. Okay, shut it down. Okay, when you're killing them with the truth, the only thing left that they can do is look to censor the truth. When we should have just the same right to state our opinions about all of this, the same way they have the right to offer it. That's their right. We have a right too. All right. So, again, so much more there, but we have to move forward in this. And but just to show how paranoid they are when it comes to controlling this information, check this video out. This video is of 60 minutes. It says, Operation Warp Speed, planning the distribution of a future COVID-19 vaccine. So we saw Perna earlier, right? He was talking. We're going to hear from him and this lady on what are their fears when it comes to the vaccine. Everything we just read in that document, they're going to say it right here when it comes to their fears when it comes to the vaccine. Check this out.
Persa Kelly is confident Operation Warp Speed will eventually provide all the vaccine New Jersey needs. But she worries whether enough people will show up to get vaccinated.
So she worries that enough people will show up to get vaccinated. And who do they show? Black people. Right? You could tell this is a black community. They're worried we're not going to show up. They need us to show up. They're not showing white people here.
We surveyed 2,000 healthcare individuals, physicians and nurses. We know that over 60% of the physicians said that they would get the vaccine. We know that about 40% of the nurses said that they would line up to get the vaccine.
That sounds awfully low.
Nurses, I guess, are skeptical.
What does that say about your general population?
There's a lot of vaccine hesitancy.
So they understand that people don't want the vaccine. They understand this. But it's okay. They have psychology working. to get you to take it. And if all else fails, if psychology doesn't work, then the physical force comes next. But they're not going into that. They're just talking to you about the psychological part. Who's willing to volunteer? That's who they're looking for first. But once eventually everyone's not volunteered, they have plans on what to do for those people, right? And that's going to show itself in time. Okay, but they're letting you know their concerns.
How much have you spent so far?
As of today, I think I'm at $12 billion, but I have projected that we could spend as much as $26 billion.
They've spent $12 billion on this program already, but he's projecting they could spend $26 billion. Where is all this money coming from? Billions.
What's your worst nightmare?
We get vaccines to the American people and they don't take them.
His worst nightmare is what? Say that again. What did he just say his biggest nightmare was?
What's your worst nightmare?
We get vaccines to the American people and they don't take them.
We get vaccines to the American people and they don't take them. That's his worst nightmare.
Shame.
Not that the vaccine kills people. We get a vaccine now and then people die from it. That's not his worst nightmare. His worst nightmare is that people don't take it.
Shame on us. Hey, I was already sick. I don't need it. Shame on us. Hey, I don't believe in vaccines. Shame on us. Just shame on us. And it does keep me up at night.
It keeps him up at night. Probably the same way it keeps Bill Gates up at night. That hey, people might not take it. So he's tossing and turning out. He's tossing and turning at night that people won't take a vaccine that's 90% effective. One of them. The other one's 95% effective. When, according to statistics, to the CDC, you have a 99.997% chance to survive COVID with just your immune system that God gave you. God gave you an immune system. Your immune system can outdo their vaccine at 95 and 90%, but they want you to take it. So you have more of a chance to die with their vaccine, according to their numbers, than just allowing your immune system to fight it off. Why aren't they talking about that? And you may not even, who says that you would even catch it? You may not even catch it. Whereas if they give it to you in the vaccine, you're going to have it. Bottom line. All right, so let's keep going here because, again, we want to build on this. A lot of information. I want to bring Brother Lamont here in just a moment. And I believe, okay, he's there. Be bringing him in here just probably in about 5 minutes. So, naturalnews.com. You don't want, you don't want the warp speed vaccine? Fauci says you're a threat to public health. So now we start to see, for those that don't want it, here comes the demonization program or the demonization campaign to demonize you and to blackball you in society if you don't want their vaccine, because they know people don't want it. Okay, November 23rd, 2020. The biggest public health threat facing America today is not the Wuhan coronavirus, according to Anthony Fauci. It is Americans who are planning to refuse Big Pharma's fast-approaching experimental COVID-19 vaccines. Speaking to the New York Times in a recent interview, Fauci whined about the fact that tens of millions of Americans are still not buying what he is trying to sell them. No matter how many times he attempts to peddle it. There are actually people out there, much to Fauci's surprise, who don't think that this is a problem. This being the pandemic. The endless fear-mongering is apparently not producing the desired outcome, though Fauci is apparently going to keep trying. Despite 250,000 deaths, despite more than 11 million infections, despite 150,000 new infections a day, they don't believe it's real. Fauci pouted. That is a real problem. So you see how they're psychologically, they understand the psychology in this and how they must now become psychology manipulators because people aren't buying it. It ain't like they're just sitting around sad because nobody's buying into it. No, they have plans that are way bigger than COVID-19. This thing is way bigger than COVID-19 about what's about to happen. Okay, this is just one segment to segue into the mark of the beast, to get you to accept taking vaccinations before the mark of the beast. But they have other plans to get you there. All right, one way or the other. They're trying to get people to do it willingly, to commit suicide. They want you to commit suicide, to euthanize yourself. It says, poor Fauci, it must be really tough to come to the stark realization that you are totally and completely irrelevant. And nobody who thinks he is somebody in the laughingstock of the nation, save for those with an extreme case of Stockholm syndrome, no rationale, critically thinking person cares one iota about what Fauci has to say, and yet he keeps on saying it as though his opinions matter. So they know there's a problem with them getting this vaccination out in 24 hours that they say that they're going to do it, warp speed style. But going back to what we read in this document, and you brothers and sisters will have this John Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health Center for Security in partnership with Texas State Anthropology document the public's role in COVID-19 vaccination, because you have a role in this, whether it's taking it or getting others to take it, and how they're aiming this at blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, minorities. So what are some of the things that they're doing to design the thinking and the social, behavioral, and communication sciences? Remember last broadcast we talked about their Hollywood and how they use Hollywood to cast spells for the mind control. Okay, for the psychological stronghold for your mind. Well, check this out. It says here, new vaccine ads reach out to minorities. CNN senior medical correspondent Elizabeth Cohen discusses a new ad campaign that's encouraging minorities to become study participants in the clinical trials for coronavirus vaccines. So they have a whole ad campaign designed to reach blacks, Hispanics, minorities to take this COVID jab. Let's watch this this advertisement, and after we watch it, I'm going to come back and I'm going to bring Brother Lamont in and allow him to come in and share a document that he has recently shared with me. Okay, but this is the psychology that they're using, that they have to use to get us on board with our own extinction and demise. All right, check this out.
So a new ad campaign launching today is encouraging minorities to sign up for coronavirus vaccine trials. 3 vaccines are now being tested in the U.S., but not enough minorities have been signing up to participate. CNN's Elizabeth Cohen joins us now. And Elizabeth, you've seen these ads. What do they say and why are they necessary?
John, I think they're very effective. They really are very emotional and sort of get right to the heart of trying to get minorities to join these trials. That's important because for the trials, you want people who are at a high risk of contracting COVID, and that, unfortunately, is minorities. Let's take a look at some numbers. Dr. Fauci has said that he wants 37% approximately of the trial study subjects to be Latino, and Moderna's trial is only 16%, and Pfizer's trial is only 11%. He also recommends that 27% of the participants be black, and in Moderna's is only 10%, and Pfizer's is only 8%. So several weeks ago, months ago at this point, actually, I think, the National Institutes of Health, they asked a group to come up with some ads to encourage minority participation. Let's take a listen to part of one of them.
We know that someone, somewhere, is full of hope and strength and wants to take action.
All black people. Notice that?
And will take a step forward to hug her grandkids. Walking the walk and rolling up their sleeves to go.
Walking the walk and rolling up their sleeves for the COVID jab. And you've seen the sister on her laptop, and it had a website she was on where she could volunteer for the COVID jab. It said volunteer now. Be part of the clinical trials. Come be a guinea pig and Frankenstein experimenter for our experimentation.
Go back to normal sooner. Volunteer to find the COVID-19 vaccine.
Volunteer and go back to normal sooner.
So these ads are going to run on major television networks as well as networks such as Univision and BET. And the researchers are really hoping that they're effective for the reason I said before. And also, it's so important to know how this vaccine works in a variety of people, not just white people.
They want to know. Here's the reason why they're doing it, because they want to know how it works in a variety of people, not just white people. But yet you never hear them talk about white people taking it or them aiming it at white people to take it. It's got nothing to do with it being a variety or wanting to know how it works in a variety of people. This is for black people. This is for Hispanic people. This is an extermination program going on. So, we have so much more to go into, but I want to bring in Brother Lamad. 1 second here. Let me. Give me a moment. I'm gonna call back into Blog Talk now. Blog Talk hangs up after 3 hours. So give me 1 second, family, and I'm going to bring in Brother Lamad. And he's going to, there's a document, a Fiser document that he gave me this week or this past week. And it's basically connecting in a lot of ways with a lot of stuff we're talking about tonight.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
Also, he has some other things. We're talking about the psychology of all this and how they're using psychology, the psychological warfare, to win us in all these things.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now.
And just real quick before I bring him in, it was a person that was telling me. Someone was telling me this week that they saw a commercial with Ricky Smiley where he was actually encouraging our people, because we are the main carriers of COVID, that we need to come in and participate in the trials for the testing. So you have these gatekeepers like Ricky Smiley and D.L. Hewley, who are all on board with these agendas. These Freemasons that are selling our people out, just the same way a lot of these pastors are going to sell our people out and just herd us in to these places to get put down. And I was watching a McDonald's commercial earlier, and I'm noticing how all the McDonald's commercial have black people in them. I'm trying to figure out, when did we become so popular to where we're in, certain types of commercials? Understanding and knowing that this fast food is synthetic food. It's not real food. So all the chemicals and things that they're putting into this food actually works in combination with the vaccination to bring about the sickness and the disease and the death. So they need us taking the vaccine. They need us eating the fast food. They need us, taking the pharmaceuticals, all these other things, which will lead to and contribute to us dying faster. So they'll put on, part of their psychology, if you see us in something, then automatically we're hypnotized and mind controlled into that particular thing that they want us into. In this case, it was a McDonald's commercial. Next thing you know, you're up eating at McDonald's, eating the Soylent Green that they're pumping out at McDonald's, right? But let me bring in Brother Lamad. 1 second here. Brother Lamad, are you there?
And I'm here, Elder. How you doing?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. How's it going?
It's going. Hey, it's definitely blessed, man. All praise to the Most High, Yeshaya. Yeah, man. This is definitely hitting home in a lot of ways. So definitely suited and booted and ready to go.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Now I'm going to bring you on my screen, but right now your camera's froze. So whatever you did last time to unfreeze it, if you could do that again, so that way the people can see you live here. And I'm going to get my screen ready, because I also want to bring up this document that you share with me. Now, this Fiser document you share with me, just to give brothers and sisters a rundown, because I printed it out. And the title of it says, Fiser Update on Our U.S. COVID-19 Vaccine Candidate Distribution Preparedness. And I'm going to pull this up on the screen as well. But let me go ahead and get my screen up here so that people can see you. So we can see you. Brother Lamad, the floor is yours.
Well, hope you're doing blessed. First and foremost, definitely give all praises to the Most High and Yeshaya, who's sitting on the throne right now, right next to on his right hand, because when we were talking, Elder, I was so excited about this yesterday because we didn't really do any communication. I just handed this document off to you last week, and just the things you're hitting on, as you told me you wanted me to speak, it's like we're sharing a mind right now. So all praise to the Most High. Just on the document, definitely give us a salute out to a young brother by the name of Xavier. I've known him for a couple years now. When he was in high school, his mother has been a part of our church, and I work with the youth. So she linked me up with him. Just try to plant little seeds here and there. When he was still in high school, he's graduated on to college, and I communicate with him. He's going through the baptism class. So after the youth baptism class, we always link up and just kind of talk about things. And he gave me this document, which kind of coincides with some of the stuff that you were going into, Elder, as well as some things I've been looking up. So definitely want to salute him because it really just shows how the Most High is using his spirit right now to guide us in a plethora of ways. So all praise to Yeshaya and the Father and the Ruach Kodash.
Absolutely. So I have this this Fiser document here on my screen, and whenever you're ready to go into it, if there's any place on it that you want me to go to, so the people here can see what you're going into, I'll I'll go to that so they can read along with it also.
Okay. Well, first thing I'll do, and you kind of mentioned it, I'll tap into a little bit of the psychology. There's a lot of points to hit at, but I need to really frame it before we really kind of go into this document. So give everybody about 60 seconds, stretch, get something to take notes with, because I really want to tap into the psychology that they're using, because this is really low-level sorcery. And a lot of this is going to be reiterated from a different lens point as I speak, that really complements everything the elder just went into. So about 30 seconds, and we'll go into it from there.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm titling this COVID menticide. When you go into the term menticide, I mentioned it last time I was on. I work with youth, so some of these things I'm going over from the standpoint of just the liberty that we have with the truth. So menticide is a systematic effort to undermine and destroy a person's values and beliefs, as by the use of prolonged interrogation, drugs, torture, etc., and to induce radically different ideas. So menticide, think of it as like mental genocide, because in order to execute physical genocide on a person first, especially in the parameters that we're operating with now, you have to first cause menticide to happen. Now, what do I mean when I say that? So I wrote a note here for myself, and I just want to stay organized with this leading up into the document. So this is all about framing, right? I'm setting up a frame to really view this document live. It's a drill, but it's also a live drill for this COVID from a eugenic standpoint, but it also is going to escalate prophetically to the mark of the beast. So everything that's happening right now is very purposed, and it's very important that we continue to endure. And if we haven't been enduring, link into the Most High in spirit and truth right now, because that's the gateway to escaping what's coming. So in the spirit of anthropology and psychology and sociology, that's going to be the framework where I really speak on. So I wrote this, and I'm going to start off with this. It says, let's put it to the challenge. Is what we're about to bring out part of the misinformation or the infodemic that was mentioned in the PDF? Scripture says, prove all things in the New Testament, and to produce your cause and strong reasonings in the Old Covenant. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So that's going to be my reasoning. So with a chess game. This is a chess game between the Most High, where Yeshua is king, and Satan. No matter who you are, you fit on one of those sides. There is no middle ground. So when it comes to the psychology and the sociology of everything going on right now, there's a spiritual element, and there's definitely a mental element. And if you don't know which side you're on, you're probably on Lucifer's, right? So using an actual visual here of an actual chessboard. So when you look at chess, right, you have a light side and you have a dark side. Elder Ricard really went pretty deep in this in the academy. I'm not going there, but just using this as a teaching tool, right? Now, if you notice, there's one piece that's missing on this side, right? In chess, you have a move called a gambit, okay? A gambit is basically where you sacrifice one of your pieces for an overall plan. So when you look at the plan here of the father, whose name is Ahiah, by the way, and his son is Yeshaya, right? He used Yeshaya as a gambit. Game is over when this piece returns to the chessboard in the physical. All right.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Brother Ahmad. Are you showing something on your screen right now in reference to this chessboard?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because the screen is froze, so it's not showing.
All right. Let me try. Okay, I'm gonna. All right, how about now?
Okay, yeah, I can see you now.
Okay, apparently I guess I just click in and click off again. So what I was demonstrating is I have a chessboard, right? You have a dark side, you have a light side. A gambit is when you sacrifice one of your pieces in the game. The Most High gave us his son as a gambit, as a sacrifice. But the dynamic of chess, the game is over when your king is gone. Right now, as we speak, Yeshua is more real than I am, and you can hear my voice. And he's right next to the Father on the throne in the heavens. We are all chess pieces. It's up to you which chess piece you're going to be on. Now, I say that to segue into this. When you think about it, you have to understand the biblical narrative. And when you understand the truth, you can really see the fiery darts of the psychology, anthropology, and psychology of what we're discussing here tonight. So when you understand like a chess piece, right? You have Judah and you have Amalek, right? Judah is a real tribe that's here in Babylon, aka America. You have Amalek, right? And when it comes to chess pieces, Satan is about to sacrifice his queen, Mystery Babylon, the whore, right? So Luciferians worship Lucifer just like we worship the Most High. They are real and they are out there. So that's a factor that no one is really factoring in. So if we're going to prove all things, let me get something real quick. Couple of references I want to pull up, right? So let's go straight from the horse's mouth, because when you think about what just happened with GOCC Texas and it's gone, you know, that just really shows a lot in itself. So I've got a couple things that I'm going to do here. This is a book called Global Nation. Really goes into the agenda for a new world order, right? And it's got a quote here on page 107. This is a quote from David Spangler, Director of Planetary Initiative, United Nations. He says, "No one will enter the New World Order unless he or she will make a pledge to worship Lucifer. No one will enter the New Age unless he will take a Luciferian initiative." Okay? So this is not conspiracy theory, and it is biblically sound, because we know, and when you look at it like a chessboard, right? If you're Amalek, there's one tribe or one nation where the Most High promised they would not see the kingdom. No chance. That's Amalek, right? If you're in this church, you're definitely familiar with that. So let's think about it. If you're Amalek and you know there's no chance for you, wouldn't you be completely sold out for your father Satan? That's a reality. That's a real reality. But most people are under such a deep psychosis that, number one, we don't know the Bible to even know who Amalek is. But from a psychology standpoint, it makes it very easy for Satan and his minions, his ministers, to manipulate. You mentioned Masonry, so I'm going to mention a guy and two more references, and I'll kind of segue into it, because I really have to frame what's going on, especially how it's going to be unique for this particular region here in Texas. So just a quote from Albert Pike, and this is a book by a Texas professor, Tex Mars. It's Codex Magica. And I'm going to page 115. Because all the talk, all the targeting, this is a Lucifer agenda in a Luciferian world. This is a quote from Albert Pike. He says, "That which we must say to the crowd is we worship a God, But it is the God that one adores without superstition. To you, sovereign grand inspector generals, we say this, that ye may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be by all of us initiates of the high degrees maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, or Jesus, which his name is Yeshua, culminate, spread false and harmful statements about him? Yes, Lucifer is God. Just for time's sake, this is Morals and Dogma, where he confirms a lot of these ideologies. Now, why am I going here? What is the Luciferian plan, aka Satan Samuel? Like, what is the plan? I've got another book reference.
Refresh your camera real quick.
Okay.
I'll just say refresh whenever your camera.
Okay.
It freezes.
Next book. So we're not conspiracy theory, and that term in itself when you was to combat the Warren Commission with JFK, because at the time, when you historically look at it, 46% of people didn't believe the actual narrative of a one-man shooter. So there was a lot of trigger things from a psychology standpoint, just like they're doing now, that was pushed out there to really guide people's minds. Now, this is a Nobel Prize winning author and scientist, Bertrand Russell. The Impact of Science on Society. It is a particular, and I shared this with you yesterday, Elder, and this is literally verbatim their plan. So I'm at page 45. It says, it is to be expected that advances in physiology and psychology will give governments much more control over individual mentality than they now have, even in totalitarian countries. Now, keep in mind, this book was written in the 50s. Fitch laid it down that education should aim at destroying free will, so that after pupils have left school, they shall be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than as the schoolmaster would have wished. Catch this. Diet, injections, and injunctions will, now, diet, we already know that what's in the food today is deplorable. The chemicals, the GMO, you name it, right? And understand, Satan is trying to kill you in this very moment. He's trying to depopulate the earth. So diet, injections, what type of injections? We're talking about those injections right now, because when you go into even when what's in the normal vaccines, it is linked to, most people have heard autism, but I get the privilege of talking to doctors on a regular basis. And it's the one thing when you hear a doctor come out and say, yeah, these things cause white matter damage, which is white matter damage is neurological deficiencies in the brain, hence all autism and all the litany of effects of these demon injections. So diet, injections, and injunctions. Injunction, you're talking law, will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that authorities consider desirable. And many serious criticisms of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. Even if all are miserable, all will believe themselves happy because the government will tell them that they are so. So what we're seeing here is he's basically saying we've got to systematically, through diet, injections, and the control that we have of governments, dumb down the population to where they willfully accept everything that we say and don't critically think past it. Now, there's an actual term for that in the spirit of college. There's actually a term from that from a sociology standpoint, and let me get that reference.
Make sure you hit that like button, family. Make sure you're sharing.
Can you still see me?
Absolutely.
All right.
Crystal clear.
So when you look at sociology, right, anthropology, psychology, they're all intermixed, right? So there's a term that I want everybody to take note of. Again, this is something I taught children. Ideological social control. Ideological social control. Now, I'm getting this straight out of an old college textbook. And those who are in college, just FYI, never sell back your books. If you pay $500 for a book and then you sell it back for 15, you got swindled.
Yeah,
So
you took a big
yeah,
L on that.
never sell those books back. Knowledge and wisdom, like you said, elder, or is the stability of the times we're living in right now. And we are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? So if we're destroyed for a lack of knowledge, it behooves us in this particular time, because this time isn't like any time in human history. Like Yeshua is about to break through that sky. So do everything that you can at this point in your life to really seek him. So ideological social control, what is that? Ideological social control, belief systems, is the attempt to manipulate the consciousness of citizens so that they accept the ruling ideology and refuse to be moved by competing ideologies. Other goals to persuade the members of society to comply willingly with the law and to accept without question the existing distribution of societal power and rewards. So what does that mean? Basically, it's mind control. Now, there are several elements to ideological social control. So what this is there's an established mindset, right, that Satan, who's the God of this world of, uses to have you see the world, right? You're a Gentile. Christmas is Christ's birthday. You name it, right? So you have an ideology that is being reinforced to you in every aspect of life. When a competing ideology comes against that, you're so well ingrained spiritually, mentally, and really even physically to that paradigm that when the truth comes, you can't even receive it, right? Christ said it, blessed are those who have an ear to hear. So what are the elements of ideological social control? One, family. You get the family, you get the nation, right? So it starts with even a Lynch-like aspect. Education.
I'll refresh.
Second, education, right? Everybody here went to some public school. And when you look at, just a quick history note, when you look at compulsory education, meaning that a government forces you to go to school, that was unprecedented for years. We can go back to even Plato, right? Because compulsory education was a government way of having everybody know the exact same thing through the government's viewpoint, right? So historically, I think it was 1852. Massachusetts was the first state to adopt compulsory education. I think, if I remember right, Europe was one of the first places. So the fact that education can now be controlled. You even look at education in the early 20th century. When you look at the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie institutions, these were institutions that had such a monopoly in their own fields that they used that power in education to really even have control to what curriculums were taught. All right. Religion, right? Going right back to, how a lot of these churches will be used to disseminate this vaccine. Sports, right? Look at sports today. When you, I forgot how to say it in Latin, but when you study the Romans, they had a philosophy that if you keep the crowd entertained and fed, you can control them, right?
Bread and circus.
Bread and circus, right? So this is modern day. This is the ancient Rome wish it could have been what
America is.
Babylon is today, all right? So that's the same. I mean, I love sports to a degree. Play them, you gain a lot of character, etc. in it. But you have to use to control you, right? Because they're pushing a lot of these subliminal messages, all that in the sports. Even from a tracking standpoint, right now with, you see every different team in the NFL, some have half full stadiums or a fourth, etc. Right? This is all a drill. This is a live experiment. Next, you have sports media. FY, when you look at media, I've talked about it before on this platform when it comes to Project Mockingbird, CIA, right? They infiltrated mainstream outlets and had agents that selectively had an influence on what was disseminated through the population. You don't think that's going on today? Lastly, government, right? When you look at government, this is Rome. We already know that it's Satan giving this beast its power. So just a couple things. I'm going to go to the board here. Am I good on time, Elder?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We going
Okay.
in tonight, so
All right, done. All
it's
right,
the
just
feast of dedication, so we getting it.
let's be dedicated then.
Absolutely.
Let me see how well can you see this.
Yeah, that's good right there.
Okay. So we are in an active experiment. Now I put this together some years ago. It was a game called what did I call it? It was a game I created to get kids to really read. Who Wants to Be Unplugged from the Matrix? That was the name of the game, right? So the Matrix, right? Choose the red pill, but you still have an option, right? So some people, majority of people are going to choose this one because this reality is so discomforting mentally and spiritually that you don't want it to be real. But the reality is this, right? This is the truth. So I'm going to use this before, and after this, I'm going to go into the document because I'm framing this to complement everything the elder has said, because this document hits really close to home. It's 4 states that they're running a particular program on: Texas, New Mexico, Tennessee, Rhode Island. All right. So if you're in one of those states, the reason that we're taking our time, and I'm really framing this right now, because it's going to be very real. All right. So you look at this. At the top, you've got puppet masters, right? Our war is not against flesh and blood, but it's against principalities, right? Lucifer at the helm, his fallen angels, his demons, and the Luciferians who are actively flesh and blood in this world, who are strategically in different places, right? Puppet masters. When you look at a false paradigm, right? You've talked about that, Elder, especially when it comes to the false left-right paradigm.
90 seconds.
Paradigm is like the reality that you think is reality. And there's in between point. I call it the red pill or blue pill choice. The truth. Now for the kids, I purposely kind of set this up for them to pay attention, because I misspelled truth on purpose, because a lot of people think they have the truth, but Christ is the truth. So if you don't have Christ, you don't have life and you don't have the truth. So the goal in between this decision is to make it outside of the paradigm. Because at the end of the day, the puppet masters have a place when all chaos happens on earth. But the righteous also have a place. So I've got 2. Think of this as Judah. Think of this as Ephraim. In between, I've got all of the profiles that are fitting in between the false paradigm. So you've got average Joe, N-word here, and this is an invention. This guy was an invention. The sagging pants, etc. That is a key example of menticide and really Satan effectively controlling someone's whole outlook of who they think they are.
10 seconds.
You got your politically left now. So I should explain this. You got the blue, you got the red, the quote unquote woke, the asleep. Now, if you notice, think of this like water rising. Ironically, the humble, because if you're not humble, and no matter who you are, you're not gonna make it to this point. So honestly, a lot of these people that, don't seem like, they have a chance from a person who's woke standpoint, the Most High could easily activate and wake this person up, because nobody comes to this information unless the Father gives you to Christ and you have that understanding anyway. So I've got 3 things highlighted. You've got your Christian, you got your semi-woke Christian, and you got your Hebrew Israelite. The reason I have these highlighted is because, again, if you don't have Christ, you don't have life. and there's no way you will see the truth in the days we're living in. So you're a Christian. And I'm really framing this for those who believe in Christ, because if you're New Age philosophy, occult, 5%er, Mason, athletic minded, all this, you're not going to make it anyway. So I'm going to focus on the people who Christ is calling out. Now, if you're a Christian, I'm going to go into psychology a little bit. Now, you're probably going through a process right now called cognitive dissonance. Now, to explain what cognitive dissonance is, cognitive dissonance is when you have an ideology, but a competing ideology comes in and you realize it makes a lot more sense than what your current ideology believes to be true. So it's like you have an idea, your idea, you have another idea. They can't compete in the same space. Like when you break it down even from a biological standpoint, when people feel cognitive dissonance, this is why it's so important to not be a slave to your emotions. When you feel cognitive dissonance, it's actually an uncomfortable feeling you feel in your chest. Heart rate increases, etc. Could lead to an argument or fight, right? So that's why when you were going to that, elder, they're so confident they won't be able, that they can do the psychology, the sociology. They're so confident they can put it in our face, because they understand that it's the root of it, and the root is really spiritual. But that's a whole other conversation itself. So, give you an example of cognitive dissonance. I love history, and there's something I have here that I want to show. It's a key example of cognitive dissonance. When you look at, let's say, America, right? America is known to be the most freest country in the world, right? Quote unquote. But at the same time, when you look at the prison industrial complex, there are more prisoners per capita here than any place in the country, right? So if anybody's saying America's free, you have to deal with that fact and an ideology behind that fact. There was a document I had here, Salakia. Hold on real quick.
Now, when you said there's more people in prison here than anywhere in the country, are you talking about here in Texas, or did you mean any place in the world?
Thank you for correcting me. I meant comparing America's prison industrial complex compared to anywhere in the world. So I think it's like of what it correct me if I'm wrong, is like a fourth of all prisoners are here in America?
Yeah, 25%.
So historically, Treaty of the United States and Tripoli, right? This is back in the late 1700s. It set the precedence for this. Basically, after the Revolutionary War, piracy was an issue, so the United States had to gain allies overseas, because the British were actually even encouraging piracy from like a proxy war to a degree. So America had a treaty with Tripoli, which is modern day Libya. So Article 11, and this goes right back to this Luciferian world and country we're living in. Article 11, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense funded on the Christian religion. I'll read that again. This is Article 11 of the Treaty of Tripoli. As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense funded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, and the tranquility of the Muslims. And as the said states never have entered into any war or act of hostility against the Muhammad nation, it is declared by both parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interrupted or a harmonious existing between the two countries. So in a legal document, and America was funded on Masonic and Luciferian values. Let's get that straight, because when you look at the First Amendment, freedom of religion, well, that goes against the first commandment. If you're a Christian, no other God before me. So we have to deal with a level of dissonance, a cognitive dissonance, when it comes to either realizing even the place we live in. So you'll probably, if a person continues to fight cognitive dissonance, they're doing something called confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is when you have, let's say, 80% of a solid case, right? And then you take the 20% that you could probably use as an argument. Instead of conceding to the truth, you hold on to that small percent, and that's where your argument stays, right? So that's a willful choice. And eventually that turns into what's called blind spot bias. All right, blind spot bias, where you get to the point where you don't even realize how biased you are because you've lied to yourself so much, and that's equal to reprobate. So one of the term those. For those who are Israelites, just making a note of this, we talked about something called black identity extremists, right? When you look at what that is, if you operate in wisdom and in the spirit of Christ, you won't get pegged with that.
You can refresh.
So one more last point from a historical standpoint that I want to talk about. It's just a small history of psychology and behaviorism and even eugenics, because both of these are connected. So you can take notes, and I've kind of got it here. John B. Watson. John B. Watson is known as the father of behaviorism. He did experiments at Johns Hopkins, and he basically was known for two things. Number one, he's known for a quote where he said that if you give me a baby, I can make any man. So this man was so arrogant that he felt like that he could take any baby and create them psychologically to be anything, right? Also, he did experiments that on children where he was basically able to control them with fear. So in these experiments, and the one in Johns Hopkins specifically, he took children. He realized that children didn't have any natural fear. He took a bunny, and the baby would touch the bunny, had no fear of the bunny. He would introduce elements to cause the baby to be afraid of the bunny. So what he would do, he'd take a metal iron rod and hit it every time the baby saw the bunny. So the baby would now associate the bunny with that sound, and it was basically a way to instill fear. Now, this baby had no fear of this bunny before. So what it showed was, number one, it showed things like fear can be programmed into people. And also, two, because human behavior is predictable, it's controllable. So when you look at the battle of the spirit and the spirit and the flesh that we all wore, right? If you are in the flesh, your behavior becomes very predictable. The only anomaly that you could possibly have outside of that science, which is actually proven, tried and true to be true, is if you are walking spiritual. So what's going on in this world, and it goes right back to what you were saying, Elder, this will only work on those who don't have Christ, those who are not in the truth. John B. Watson, father of behaviorism. And I'm going to just kind of, just for time's sake, this is a teacher. I know I don't want to lose anybody, because when you introduce a bunch of information that people never heard of before, even with dealing with kids, they tend to zone out. So this is also eugenics. So again, if you're in this church, you're familiar with eugenics. Just a small history on that. So Thomas Robert Malthus, this was a guy born in the 1700s. He's the first person to really kind of have a fear of an overpopulated earth, right? So in his ideology, he talked about, and a lot of people, Luciferians, picked up on this ideology. He felt that the world had limited resources. So if humanity was able to thrive and grow, we would be in danger of overpopulation, right? So really, he was a proponent and a fan of genocide. I have a quote here from him, and I'll just read that real quick. And again, am I okay with time, Elder?
Oh yeah, like I said, I mean, hey, we getting it tonight, so
all right.
I hope the brothers and sisters out there got time.
All right. So here's a quote from him. Catch this. Now, keep in mind, in academia, in whether you're white collar, even some blue collar people have bought into this mindset and don't even realize it. Then this is what I mean by that before I read the quote. When you go back to this whole left-right paradigm, historically, African Americans were Republican, even going back to the Whig Party. There was the Republican and the Whig Party that were for freeing the slaves. When you look at this Dred Scott case, and you look at the the judges who ruled on that, 7 who rejected it, that say you basically were in favor of keeping us subhuman, were Democrats. The 2 that voted for it were Republicans. We don't believe in homosexuality as a people by culture. How are we now co-signing that as the Democrats? We don't believe in murdering our children, but Planned Parenthood, etc., is the brainchild of eugenicists. So when you look at the psychosis and the psychology and how this is already working on our people, you can see it in the catch-22 and the cognitive dissonance of what we claim to believe in as people today, right? So going back to Malthus, said the power of population is so superior to the power of the earth to produce subsistence for man, that premature death must in some shape or other visit the human race. The vices of mankind are active and able ministers of depopulation. So he basically thought that, pandemic, great idea. Wars, great idea. We need these things to naturally happen so the population doesn't get to a certain degree. And this is 1700s. Let's fast forward here. And this, I'm really going here to really show what kind of a mental job these universities will do on your children if you send them unprotected spiritually. Darwinism, right? We all know Darwin. Basically, evolution, right? Well, what came from the theory of evolution, especially in the late 1800s, was social Darwinism. This is the ideology that some races are more evolved than others, right? So guess who was the most evolved? Edom, white man, right? Who was the lesser evolved? The same people they're trying to push this vaccination towards right now, right? So the justification of this social Darwinism evolved into eugenics. So if you're in the academy, if you've been around the church, you should definitely already know eugenics and its origin. You have Francis Galton, cousin of Darwin, who believed that from a social Darwinist standpoint, that they were justified in depopulating the lesser evolved for the better of humanity. So we're in 2020. People who have this ideology just didn't pop and disappear like it was a rapture or something. It's no longer politically correct to say these things, but nevertheless, these people are operating. So if you understand, if you're blessed to have the spirit and you are educated on these things and you read through the literature and even the social dynamic of what's going on right now, you can really tell this has got eugenics written all over it. IBM, Carnegie Institution, Rockefeller Foundation, all companies, corporations, entities that historically, when you do your research, have always supported eugenics. Rewind to even IBM, the Holocaust, quote unquote. When you look at the tattoos that those people got, it was IBM who produced those. When you look at Auschwitz, right, the infamous concentration camp, the railway that brought them to Auschwitz, most people don't know, was Harriman based. So E.H. Harriman or the Harriman family basically were the railroad tycoons. I mean, so there's so much actual history that is undeniable, right, to support the truth, which the Bible confirms. So just wanted to do a quick rundown on that to really frame the document. And if you're ready, Elder, I'm take the document and start kind of highlighting some things. So now that we have a proper frame, I pray that the Most High really blesses everyone who's able to hear this, and I definitely praise the Most High for the opportunity to be a trumpet right now, because this is I mean, this is exciting. I know when we were talking and we were just kind of talking about it, I get excited about this because whenever the Most High woke you up, quote unquote, you got to realize that you were made for this moment. Like, you were chosen to be born at the time where prophecy is coming to a conclusion and Yeshua is about to break through the sky. Like, if that doesn't get you excited, and I don't care what they throw down the pipe, that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what else could, right? So, going to the document, Fiser update on our COVID-19 vaccine candidate distribution preparedness. And do you need me to hold off, Elder, or do you, for the audience? Is it showing?
Yeah, I got the document up right now.
Okay.
So just
all right.
I'm following along with you here.
All right, Khan. So it says New York, 16th November 2020. Pfizer today announced the U.S. COVID-19 immunization pilot program with 4 states to help refine the plan to deliver delivery and development of the company's COVID-19 vaccine candidate that is being co-developed by biotech. Now, quick history, going back to history, because, okay, so Fiser was created by a guy by the name of Charles Fiser. It was initially a pharmaceutical company that got its kickstart back in the Civil War, excuse me. They created iodine. Actually, I'm just going to cheat here. Let me go read my notes. Iodine salts and other pharmaceuticals. The company also created chemicals that were used at that time for photography, and also they created citric acid, which was, of course, a main ingredient for Coca-Cola. So this is and chemistry is so close to alchemy, it's not even funny. But this is, and my point here, they basically have a connection with biotech. Now, biotech is a German-based company, all right? And what's different about this vaccine, and this is the point where I need everybody to really perk up. This is not a normal vaccine. This isn't the anti-vaxxing type, thing that you probably heard from a conspiratory standpoint. These are not normal vaccines. If you're taking notes, write this down. This is an mRNA vaccine, which is not your traditional vaccine. Now, what do I mean by that? Traditional vaccine has a docile version of the virus, right? Or in this case, COVID-19, and has a bunch of other ingredients that are detrimental to one's health. That it's introduced to the body, and it's a docile version, so the body is able to combat that. These are not those type of vaccines. These are mRNA vaccines. Now, what does that mean? When it comes to your DNA, you have DNA and you have RNA. RNA is like the messenger to your DNA. So let me read something here real quick. Messenger RNA. In molecular biology, messenger RNA, or mRNA, is a single-stranded molecule of RNA that corresponds to the genetic sequence of a gene and is read by a ribosome in the process of synthesizing a protein. So what does that mean for a vaccine? Not to get all scientific, basically, this is a genetic manipulator. All right. So let's set aside science and let's set it aside. Let's have it on the table. But let's reason with this from a common sense standpoint. Now, number one, an RNA vaccine has never been approved. So this is an experimental vaccine. not just a normal experimental vaccine. It's a vaccine that can alter and influence your genetic makeup, which is the fundamental building blocks of who you are. Okay, if that goes
Lamont, are you there? Lamont.
time in human history, is a vaccine like this has been FDA approved. The reason it's being FDA approved and pushed so hard, and here's the main selling point that those who own these companies have been able to capitalize like a capitalist right now. When you have a traditional vaccine, it's going to take anywhere from 2 to 6 years to have it where you really want it, right? An RNA vaccine, it cuts the time dramatically. So technically, you could create an RNA vaccine in like 6 months, which coincidentally fits perfect and with a disease that was unprecedented that started in February, and now they're ready to deploy it 10 months later. So that's a key element that's different about this vaccine. In the same spirit, I came across a document, and I sent this to you too, Elder. Scientists successfully were able to take human, I guess what's the term you could use? Human genome of the brain, right? Human DNA, and splice that experiment. They realized they were actually able to increase the monkey's brain. So when you look at the before and after, the brain got bigger with the human DNA. The brain got bigger, and it had more folds, just like a human brain. So literally, they're playing around and creating a modern day Planet of the Apes type situation, right? You're taking man, splicing some of his mind with a ape. You see what I'm? That's
or like how I was talking to you yesterday about the Island of Dr. Moreau. For those who are familiar with that book and movie, it's the same thing what you're saying. This is what he was doing in that movie on his island.
And yeah, I think I'm going to check out that movie. And when you think about this, right now, let's go back to the common sense. And one thing I love, Christ, I always call him the king of common sense. From a common sense standpoint, spiritually,
Lamont, are you there? 1 second, fam. He's internet's going in and out. Could be his Wi-Fi signal. Could be the enemy throwing in the interference in the frequency waves. Lamont, can you hear me? Let me send him a message. Okay, he dropped. Let me call him back.
Can you? I didn't even know I dropped. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you and I can hear you. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you have a door closed? Maybe the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi isn't getting
Yeah.
through.
Last time. Let me open it.
Yeah. Because you had you were going in and out a couple of times, but it would pick back up. But that time it just went all the way out. But the last thing that I heard you say was that Christ is the King of common sense, and then you were going into something from there.
So, excuse me, Salakia. What I was going into was Christ is the King of common sense. So I didn't realize I was talking to myself. So basically, what I was saying was, where's our faith right now? You know, whether you go to Sunday church or you have understanding of whatever. Because if when you look at Christ, he wouldn't have been given a vaccine out. If anything, he would have, from a physical standpoint, he probably would have directed you some herbs over there. But he was able to heal with just people touching him and the word of his mouth. So that's the same Christ, that's the same God that we're serving now, who's more than capable and has all power right now as I'm speaking next to the Father in heaven. So it's like, where's our faith right now that we could easily be so easily seduced and manipulated by fear and psychology? That's why, you know, so much of this is spiritual. But going back to the document, says to build on our coordination with the relevant U.S. agencies, Fiser launched this pilot program to help better support the state's planning, deployment, and administration of the COVID-19 vaccine candidate. Learnings from this program will be, now catch this, will be adapted for usage across other states to help them create effective immunization programs for the vaccine. The 4 states, Rhode Island, Texas, New Mexico, and Tennessee were, catch this, were selected because of their differences in overall size, diversity of populations, and immunization infrastructure, as well as the state's need to reach individuals in varied urban and rural settings. So let's think about this. When you understand the truth, you understand, okay, this is Jacob and Esau, this is Satan and Christ. This is a plan to fulfill prophecy on both ends. Satan to wipe us out. Ultimately, Christ, who's going to be our salvation through this. So again, they chose these states because of overall size, diversity of populations, and immunization infrastructure. So you look at size. Texas, of course, one of the biggest states in the union. Rhode Island being one of the least. When you look at it from a left-right paradigm standpoint, where they can really gauge on how people are going to react to this, and goes right back to all the information you just went into those PDFs with Texas State and Johns Hopkins and everything they know how people are going to react from this. How do they use their sorcery or psychology to get the desired result they want? So there's so many levels to that they're going to have access from a data standpoint. And when you understand how the world is working right now, data is king, right? That's why Facebook is working with the NSA and giving all your information, right? Spying on the phones. Like Satan is trying to get as much information on everything he can right now, individuals included, especially Israel, to use that information as an advantage, right? Because if Satan, for example, just make this very real and personal. This platform we're talking on, even your social media account, you don't think Satan, if you wanted to, could really take a look and study you? I mean, figure out, how can I get to this person, right? At the same time, Christ has all power. You don't think Christ can look at our Instagrams or even hear me talk, in this platform, or heal Elder and see all the work we put in as a body, those who've been on camera and off camera? I mean, there's so much going into this, right? So he's using all this data wherever he can get it, and he's using it for something like what we're seeing right now. So before I keep going further, keep the big picture in mind, right? We're at the beginning of Jacob's trouble, that those sorrows. His end game is to have everybody marked to buy or sell. when I look at this and I study it, it is a complete live reflection of that day. We're not there yet, but so much they're gonna use in these experiments with COVID under the guise of COVID, they're gonna be implemented when that time comes. So from a left-right paradigm standpoint, Rhode Island is predominantly, blue. Tennessee is red. When you look at Texas, now Texas is the I think the X factor in this, because when you look at Texas, number one, when you look at the demographics, right, this is one place where you can find all 12 tribes. If you're from here, you know where you can find Naphtali, you know where you can find Issachar, you know where you can find Judah, you know where you can find Levi. All of us who live in this region, you realize and know how diverse it really is. So this would be an ideal place if you were going to, from a eugenic standpoint, if you wanted to test how this was going to affect the genetics of these specific genetic markers, and if you're targeting Jacob, this is your dream. From a psychology standpoint, seeing how people are reacting right now, those who are resisting versus those who don't, what causes both to willingly comply? You have Alex Jones in the conspiracy aspect. We see Austin, right? Austin is a very, very different type of city. There's so many dynamics within Texas. We could do a whole show on that in itself. So I'm saying all this to basically say this is a live experiment. And so like Elder was showing in the videos, when they say this is approved, 24 hours. Now, one of my last points, and I'll just kind of stick to reading through some key points in the document from this point. When COVID happened, everybody can kind of remember where they were. Go back to Passover, all right? In your mind, go back to Passover. Remember how we were anticipating to go to Pittsburgh. And then this happens. You attended Passover in your own home, and we realized something very different was happening. This is for everybody. This is for you. This is for self-reflection. How did you feel and how did you react in that moment? Were you good and chilling? Were you a little bit nervous, right? So I'm saying that for us all to go back to reflect at that point, because I really believe that was the Most High giving us an opportunity to get on our toes. And it's still ways to go. There's still more people who have to come into this truth. But when you look at it from the grand scheme of things, that was a test. That was a personal test and you know where you were at that moment. If everything went live, how ready were you to survive? So this is not a drill. This is a live drill, and there's going to be so much that from the fallout of this that's going to be so key to pay attention to and where we move forward. So not to be too talkative, going back to the document. So second paragraph. Fiser has been working with the U.S. officials in Operation Warp Speed. So we've been talking about that on this platform for months, it feels like, and we just talked about it again. So this is engrafted into Warp Speed. Fiser has been working with U.S. officials in Operation Warp Speed and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, to help ensure that after potential authorization or approval, the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine can reach those in most need as quickly. And so that's the part I wanted to highlight, right? So there's a test to see how fast they can get this out. So they spell it out. Another bullet point, just for time, I'm just gonna hit some of the key points here. It's in quotes, the third paragraph. This pilot program and our collaboration with U.S. and state officials will help us prepare for broader vaccine deployment in the near future, subject to authorization and approval. Skimming down where it says we are hopeful. Catch this. Now, this is the key. This is why this gets me so excited. We are hopeful that results from this vaccine delivery pilot will serve as the model for other U.S. states and international governments as they prepare to implement effective COVID-19 vaccine programs. So our little old state, Texas, and Rhode Island, Tennessee, New Mexico, they're doing a live drill, and the data and the efficiency of how they work together in this, when this goes out, they're using this platform to take this overseas. So the experiment that they're about to run on our state and the other states is ground zero for the equation of how to efficiently do this around the world. So, Elder, you were talking about, what happened with GOCC Texas, right? And how this is a fight. Satan is he's a punk. Like he's a punk. He's a coward, right? So I mean, like we get this is so real to me. Like it's there is an actual Satan. There's an actual Yeshaya, and his name is Yeshaya. So when you look at it, the whole world should bow down and pay respects to Yeshaya. Could you imagine a world right now where if everybody was in agreement to just bow down and pay respect to the one who deserves it more than anybody on this earth, especially Lucifer, who's trying to gain this world? But no, the world isn't going to do that, right? Prophecy has to fill itself. So when you look at just how serious this is and how amazing it is to be alive right now, man. So I don't think it's and I'll give this back to you, Elder Ramar, because I'm curious to see how you think of it, especially hearing this. But Satan knows who's who, and if he doesn't know, he's trying to figure that out. So I think it's very telling that the GOCC Texas channel was big enough to have an effect, but still small enough to be in effect. Because if the Gathering 144, the big one, if they did this, that'd be a huge tale, right? So,
you had went out a little bit when you were making your point. You said that GOCC Texas was small enough, and then it kind of went out for a second.
Okay, I was saying that the GOCC Texas was small, was big enough to get noticed, to get just axed like that, but at the same time it was small enough for there not to be an uproar, right? So I think alarm bells would go off with everybody. I think people would get chills if they couldn't, if something happened to the regular one. We really know, and we have to prepare for that. Elder Ricard has talked about it.
Right.
We're gonna go offline eventually, but staying on topic. In July, Fiser and Biotech announced the execution of an agreement with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Defense to meet the U.S. government's OWS program goal to begin delivering, catch this, 300 million doses of a vaccine of COVID-19 in 2021. So the goal is to disseminate 300 million of these next year. Under the agreement, the U.S. government will first receive 100 million doses of the Fiser Biotech COVID-19 vaccine. So it's going to start off with 100 million, right? But the goal is to have 300 million of these for next year. The American population is just a little over 330 million. So they're literally trying to have this injected into practically the whole entire population. Another key point here. It says the U.S. government will pay $1.95 billion for those first 100 million doses, and the option to acquire up to an additional 500 million doses. Going down where it says that.
Well, real quick, because this is a point that I was wanting to make with this document, because I was speaking about it earlier when Perna was speaking. and he was talking about he's already spent $12 billion on this program, and that he could spend upwards up to $26 billion. And I was asking the question, where is all this money coming from? These billions and billions of dollars. It says here the U.S. government will pay. So the U.S. government is paying all these vaccine corporations, these pharmaceutical industrial complex, to feed the pharmaceutical industrial complex, right? When all this money could be being spent on food infrastructure, as far as when it comes to crops and livestock, herb infrastructure when it comes to herbal health and things coming out of the earth to heal us, housing infrastructure when it comes to, housing people. People have homes, homeless people. Why are they spending all these billions of dollars into this? Like, it's just 100% proven, guaranteed that this is going to work. They're selling all the way out into this with there's no potential for it to fail. You get to ask yourself this question: why would they sell out so hard and pump this many billions of dollars into this, as if the vaccine itself is the solution for all mankind on every level of every part of our lives? So you have to ask yourself, these types of questions. And I can't remember if it actually speaks about the billions of dollars more in this document, but that was just one point I wanted to bring out before you went on to the next point there.
And it's funny. I was thinking about that because when I read out loud the 1.95, I was thinking that was part of the 26 billion that he was talking about. Exactly. So you just went ahead and just brought it out. Exactly. And it's funny. I actually wrote where are they getting this funding from on the paper. So the BNT, now this is what this vaccine is called from Fiser. So you can take note of this too if you're still taking notes. The BNT 162 B2 COVID-19 vaccine. I'll read that again. The BNT 162 B2 COVID-19 vaccine. Deployment program is a collaboration between Pfizer and biotech. It is not currently approved for distribution anywhere else in the world. So we're going to be the first ones, oh joy, to receive this. And it goes on to say the BNT 162 program. And you notice how they keep calling this a program? Like just reinforcing that this is a experiment, this is a drill. One more thing, man, I have to share this. This is some history. Talk about our plagues. Forget it. 1946. All right. We know about, and one thing I'm making a transition. I'm coming right back to the document because I remember this is important to get out, especially for anybody who still maybe is dealing with unbelief. Even in that document, they were talking about how important it was to acknowledge our apprehension for this, from this, even historically, right? I've got a couple of things that Babylon has done to its own people. 1946, University of Rochester researches in human subjects with uranium in order to study how much they can tolerate before their kidney became damaged. A lot of these were FBI, military intelligence, CIA experiments that were done, right? These are some that we don't really know about, right? 1949, mentally retarded children at Fernald School in Massachusetts are given radioactive oatmeal in order to test the effects of radioactive material in the human body, right? So after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right, the U.S. started testing the effects of radioactive material. Now, ultimately, a lot of that information is going to be reflected when, you've gone into it with 2nd Esdras 15, So they already know the effects of that kind of a thing. Now, who knows, what's really going to be in these vaccines that are not the normal ones, but they're RNA based, right? 1950, the U.S. Navy secretly sprays a cloud of bacteria over San Francisco. Operation Ocean Spray. That's how that's classified. Note, one of many of its type. I think it was like over 200 type of experiments that they did in the 50s to cities in a similar fashion. All this you can research. 1950, the U.S. Army releases a toxic chemical called zinc cadmium sulfide over Minneapolis and other cities. This was called Operation LAC, or Large Area Coverage. 1955, the CIA conducts a biowarfare test, where bacteria is released in the Tampa Bay area. So I'm going here just to reiterate, this is a Luciferian agenda. They are trying to kill us. These experiments were along with a whole litany of experiments for this particular time, for this generation. So they've perfected their killing techniques and the science behind it. And they're using that psychology right now, going back to anthropology, again, psychology and sociology, to get in people's heads, to have them go over the cliff, so to speak. It's a spell. It's
And just to kind of, really drive the point home that you're making about how they're trying to kill us, we're going to go into the scripture and let the Holy Spirit break it down through scripture of, you've been talking about Amalek coming against Jacob, right? So just to show you how far this goes back, we're going to go into scripture and break it down here as we move through this broadcast, just how deep this is and how connected to scripture. And hopefully through the scriptures, it'll actually, give a solidified understanding when it comes to the eugenics program. Of course, we understand and know it goes back to, Moses under Egypt, during the times of Egypt and our slavery. But that was the Egyptians, okay? But we want to talk about Amalek and how under this Greco-Roman Empire, and start there and bring it all the way up until present time. So I just wanted to let brothers and sisters know that, we still got a lot more to cover when it comes to all of this, but I'm glad you brought that out, so I could sneak that sneak peek in there for everyone.
All praise to the Most High. It goes on to say the BNT program is based on biotech's proprietary mRNA technology. Now, if I didn't mention this, I definitely got to mention it. So biotech is German-based. It's a German-based company. Fiser is American. Mr. Fiser was German himself. Now, why is this significant and how this relates to Germany? So my people who should know this. Boy, there's so much to go into. Okay. The eugenics movement was praised by the Germans. The eugenics movement was created in the United States. So when you look at Hitler and everything he was able to do, he got that idea from American eugenicists, right? He was even once Times Man of the Year twice, I think it was, right? So, but then the narrative changed with, everything how it happened and how he's historically viewed. But most people don't realize after World War I, Germany was systematically being propped up for World War II, and Hitler was really a patsy. So when you look at the captains of industry in that point, right? You had Allen Dulles, the one of the first heads of the CIA, right? Dulles Airport is named after him. This guy, he and his brother were lawyers. And when you look at the treaty that was ironed out in World War I, it basically made it impossible for Germany to pay anybody back. So what they did was they hijacked the German economy. Those native-born German, tycoons, the market was bought out by international bankers, right? So a lot of the money that was pumped into Germany pre 1940s and World War II, it was actually strategically done to prop them up to be able to do what they did in 1942, right? Especially when you understand how the international banking system works. So you have a German-based company now that has an historic relationship with America with eugenics, now putting together an unprecedented vaccine that's genetically mRNA based. Another point on that with the history, you had two operations. Paperclip, man, you took it right out of my mouth. Paperclip and the Odessa Plan. Paperclip was actually mentioned in which one of the Marvel movies was that? I think it was Civil War, right? If you look in that opening scene, Paperclip was basically the Americans and the British took a lot of the Nazi scientists and recruited them, right, to work on things for their countries. That was the birthing of MK Ultra, right? A lot of MK Ultra, really, from a psychology standpoint, is linked to the stuff we're talking about. That's a whole other rabbit hole in itself. My point is showing the relationship here between, because countries are not countries, they're chess pieces. There is no, patriotism for this country, that country. Satan is the god of this earth. They're using these
I was going to say real quick, especially when you're talking about Esau.
Mm-hmm.
Because whether you're talking about America or German, you're talking about Esau.
Mm-hmm. Man, another one, just not to take up too much time, but another one people can look up is Operation, what kickstarted the CIA. It was Operation Underworld, right? They recruited Jewish mafia and mainly Italian mafia, and that's a whole. So yeah, so the relationship here is historic.
Right, and then if you're going to talk about the relationship between America and Germany, then you can't not forget to mention Prescott Bush. Who the Bushes are actually the mind behind the CIA in its creation.
Boy, there was yeah, man. That's a whole show in itself. But again, I'm refocusing myself, and I'm going to do my best to discipline myself here and just finish this document for y'all. All right, so two of the companies for investigational vaccine candidates, BNT162B1 and BNT162B2, received fast track designation from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. So anybody who's so how they were keeping track of, what dose you got, right? I'm giving you right now the specifics, the strands or the dosages that they're going to use. And so what they're going to do is you'll take this one from Pfizer, this person took this one from Pfizer, this one person took one from Moderna, and they're going to look back and see, okay, now which one killed the most effectively? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, because you're not going to be able to sue, we're at the end of the world. So, yeah.
Yeah, having all these different manufacturers plays into so many different, so many different dynamics. It's the reason why there's so many different makers. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so that's by design, and you bringing out part of that design.
Gone. Let's see. It says phase 1.5 studies that are currently ongoing in the U.S. and Germany, as well as animal immunogenicity studies. Skimming down to the next paragraph, when it says on November 9th. On November 9th, 2020, Pfizer and BioNTech announced their mRNA-based vaccine candidate. Again, I just call it the B2 at this point, against SARS-CoV-2 has demonstrated evidence of efficacy against COVID-19 in participants without prior evidence of SARS-CoV-2 injection. There's another point I really want to make here. Okay, about the study, this last portion, we'll conclude it here. The phase 2 clinical trial of B2 began on July 27, 2020, and has enrolled 43,661 participants to date, 41,135 of whom have received a second dose of the vaccine candidate as of November 8th, 2020. So, and this is just completely a thesis here, right? And I'm just putting myself in the mind, if I were an evil, diabolical Amalekite that had nothing to lose, one thing I would try to do here in an experiment is to see, have we engineered this to such a degree that these things have a time capsule on them? So, for example, if this is DNA based, right? And I was talking to Officer Amath about some things that were kind of personal, and we got into the medical industry of how these people, the doctors, can, like, sometimes precisely kind of be able to know when you're going to decease. So if you can determine that through traditional clinical analysis of any disease, you take something that is DNA based and just knowing where the science is. This, again, this is a thesis. Something like this that's genetically based, in theory, could have a time capsule to kill you, let's say, in a month or a year, right? So that's why this is so amazing being here right now and seeing this happening, because it's going to be so much to keep an eye out on after they implement this and the residual effects it's going to have.
Yeah. We're going to go into that in Scripture too.
Approximately 42% of global participants and 30% of U.S. participants have racially and ethnically diverse backgrounds. The trial is continuing to enroll and is expected to continue through the final analysis, when a total of 167 confirmed COVID-19 cases have occurred. The study also will evaluate the potential for vaccine candidate to provide protection against COVID-19 in those who have had prior exposure to SARS-CoV-2, as well as vaccine prevention against severe COVID-19 diseases. In addition to the primary efficacy endpoints evaluating confirmed COVID-19 cases occurring from 7 days after the second dose, the final analysis now will also include, with the approval of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, now secondary endpoints evaluating efficacy based on cases occurring 14 days after the second dose. That's going to be something they're personally looking at, because there's 2 doses with this thing. So you get a 1 dose and then another dose. That's why I'm thinking it's going to be really interesting to see how this kind of plays out, because it's not like a normal vaccine. This has 2 scheduled, and not only is it 2, but again, this is a DNA changing shot. Or a DNA influencing shot, because that's what your RNA does. It influences you. Lastly, the companies believe that the addition to the secondary endpoints will help align data. Now that's key. It's all about analyzing data. All COVID-19 vaccine studies and allow the cross-trial learnings and comparisons between those novel vaccine platforms. The companies have posted an updated version of the study. But yeah, it's just, we could be here all. There's just so much in this, but I'll come to a stopping point there, because I definitely feel like I've been talking for 2 hours. But I hope that definitely edifies, because that's the goal, and we're here, y'all. Like, I mean, we're here. Like, this is a game changer and very interesting. So all praise to the Most High for eyes that see and ears that hear.
We are here, and I just wanted to real quick just to hit on a last couple points with this document before we move forward. But it says here, Fiser and biotech expect to produce globally up to 50 million vaccine doses in 2020, up to 1.3 billion doses in 2021. To meet those anticipated quantities and milestones, the companies have produced sufficient supply for their phase 2 and 3 clinical trial and have begun to produce and stockpile their pandemic supply. So how was it that something that hasn't even been really used and showed to work, they're stockpiling?
Mm-hmm.
And we went into the article last broadcast about how the military has already stockpiled these and put them in place before they were even approved. How? I mean, can you afford to take billions and billions of dollars of loss in a product or an investment unless you know that it's definitely going to get the approval and that it's definitely going to be used, and that you definitely know the whole reason and goal for it being used?
Mm-hmm.
So you know what this reminds me of, for those that have seen the movie, and you know I always like to use movies because Hollywood, again, using their predictive programming and their spellcasting mechanisms, Prometheus. And if you remember in Prometheus, they went to the planet where the engineers were. They were engineering this bioweapon, and they had stockpiles of this bioweapon to where all these engineers had died because they had exposure to it. And then you had a situation where the engineer at the end was woken up out of his cryo sleep or whatever sleep he was in, and he then set out to take this weapons of mass destruction they had created, to then they were going to take it to Earth and destroy the whole Earth, to just wipe out all mankind. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like this stockpile, because they were stockpiling this in the movie. These engineers stockpiling this type of poison to wipe out the whole, mankind's creation. So it's like, man, it's like I'm just putting those, tying. I know there's other movies that say it too, but I'm just kind of tying those things together. But when you go to the end of this document, you see here, Fiser Media Relations, Stephen Danahy, right? So this is who this came from, just so that you understand. When we show information, we're showing you the source of where it came from. We're not just putting out something that somebody found and they don't know who the source is. No, this is an actual Fiser document. You see what I'm saying? So, so I know that's a lot for brothers and sisters to chew on just so far, but we still have a good amount still left to go into, because now we're going to actually go into, you kind of opened up the introduction of the mRNA vaccine, and now we're going to go into exactly, we're going to go deeper and dive into the understanding behind what that means and what that is. So, man, all praises, Brother Lamar, for coming on and dropping the part that you did. And as we go through this broadcast, at any time you want to chime in, just let me know. You can just jump in at any points that you want to bring out. As I'm going to try to get through this last bit of information within the hour. And hey, we going overtime. This is an encore tonight. We don't know how much longer we're going to be able to be here to bring forth this information on these type of platforms. So hey, why not go all out? You know what I'm saying? And that psychology part that you dropped was definitely key, so brothers and sisters could understand that they specialize in psychology. This is psychological warfare. COVID-19 is a psychological operation as well as a military operation. So they must first win your psychology. If they can't win the psychology, then that's what the military is there for. See what I'm saying? So we're gonna go ahead and move to the next part, which is the vaccine itself. So if you just want to go on mute for me, Brother Lamont, at any moment you can jump in and add to anything that's going to be brought out going forward. All right, so there goes Brother Lamont, and definitely well informed and educated brother. Definitely a blessing to have him come on and share that with us as we continue to go deeper into this agenda. Okay, let me get my blackboard ready for the last part of this broadcast as we go into it. And that's the thing, brothers and sisters. There's so much information to go into. I mean, these broadcasts could go 8 hours, and we're trying to condense it down get as much in as we can in a timely fashion, but it's so much coming out and happening right now. Again, Operation Warp Speed. So this is an article on Natural News. It says here, Fiser, speaking of Fiser, demands emergency authorization from FDA for experimental COVID-19 vaccine, November 22nd, 2020. Why are they seeking emergency authorization? They need the FDA to emergency authorize something that we know has already been authorized, right? But this is part of the script that they must sell the public on, that this is all just generically, organically, naturally happening. No, this is a simulated reality. Everything we're seeing is being done and planned years and decades in advance, as we can see through their tabletop exercises. So, why are they declaring an emergency authorization? The next piece on Natural News, the shocking reason why Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine requires storage at 70 degrees Celsius, because it contains experimental nanotech components that have never been used in vaccines before. November 18th, 2020. So Brother Lamar was going into it, how this vaccine is different than any vaccine to date. It says here, you're seeing the reports all over the news. Pfizer's new coronavirus vaccine requires storage at negative 70 degrees Celsius, which is much colder than the North Pole. If it's not stored at this temperature, its ingredients begin to break down and it fails to work. Currently, Pfizer is claiming without evidence that its vaccine is 90% effective. But this claim is little more than corporate propaganda designed to drive up stock prices through false projections. But why do these vaccines need to be kept at negative 70 degrees in the first place? The answer, it turns out, is because they contain potentially hazardous ingredients that have never been used in vaccines before. As Children's Health Defense explained in an August 6 article, mRNA vaccines undergoing COVID-19 clinical trials, including the Moderna vaccine, rely on a nanoparticle-based carrier system containing a synthetic chemical called polyethylene glycol, PEG. CHD goes on to explain the use of PEG in drugs and vaccines is increasingly controversial due to the well-documented incidents of adverse PEG-related immune reactions, including life-threatening anaphylaxis. Roughly 7 in 10 Americans may have already been sensitized to PEG, which may result in reduced efficacy of the vaccine and an increase in adverse side effects. If a PEG-containing mRNA vaccine for COVID-19 gains FDA approval, the uptick in exposure to PEG will be unprecedented and potentially disastrous. Moderna documents and publications indicate that the company is well aware of safety risks associated with PEG in other aspects of its mRNA technology, but is more concerned with its bottom line. Lipid nanoparticles cause hyperinflammatory response in the body, leading to severe reactions, hospitalization, and potentially death. Why are LNPs used in these vaccines? As CHD further explains, LNPs encapsulate the mRNA constructs to protect them from degradation and promote cellular uptake, and additionally rev up the immune system, a property that vaccine scientists tamely describe as LNP's inherent adjuvant properties. In other words, the LNPs are adjuvants, meaning they are designed to cause hyperinflammatory response to human beings once injected. This is done in an effort to induce the creation of antibodies that then allow the vaccine manufacturer to claim high effectiveness rates, even when those very same adjuvants cause severe adverse reactions. According to recent vaccine trials conducted by Moderna, 100% of human subjects in the high-dose vaccine trial group experienced adverse reactions. So everybody that has taken part in these trials have experienced some type of reaction that's not good, 100%. UK government prepared for a vaccine death wave. The adverse reaction caused by mRNA coronavirus vaccines are so widespread that the UK government recently admitted it is expecting a massive wave of coronavirus vaccine adverse reactions, side effects, as described in my previous article, which I have here. Vaccine death wave, UK government posts bid for AI system to process the expected flood of COVID-19 vaccine injuries and side effects described as a direct threat to patient life. So the UK is creating a whole AI system to keep track of all the people who are vaccine injured and damaged. Okay. The bid explains, in the government's own words, the MHRA urgently seeks an artificial intelligence software tool to process the expected high volume of COVID-19 vaccine adverse drug reaction and ensure that no details from the ADR's reaction text are missed. In other words, they already know these vaccines are going to kill a huge number of people. David Knight featured a UK whistleblower on his show today who revealed that coronavirus vaccine adjuvants are demonstrating a 97% sterility rate in women who take the vaccine. This is what happens when you turn your protein synthesis over to evil corporations who are pushing a global depopulation agenda. Check this out. Check this out, how this appears to be shaping up how it's going to go. It says coronavirus vaccine deaths will be categorized as COVID-19 deaths to keep the scam going. It says most importantly, as people start dying from the coronavirus vaccines, the medical establishment will categorize all those deaths as COVID-19 deaths in order to claim the pandemic is getting worse. This will create a whole new cycle of death, media hysteria, and mandatory vaccine policy. So people are going to be dying from the vaccine, and they'll blame it and say it's the coronavirus to keep it going. Those in turn will kill even more people, feeding into the very same feedback loop that results in even more people being vaccinated and killed. So you have to take into consideration, people take the vaccine, will that be contagious? Will they be able to then spread whatever they've got to the next person that they're next to? A real spreading of a disease. It says ultimately, the vaccines themselves will likely end up killing more people than the coronavirus. And we will have achieved George Orwell's authoritarian medical nightmare where the treatment keeps the pandemic going in perpetuity, all while the entire scamdemic is used to crush human freedom and enslave people in their own homes and apartments all around the world. This is what happens when you let Big Pharma collude with the deep state to crush human freedom and work toward their ultimate goal of mass genocide against the human race. Bill Gates is no doubt celebrating right now, even before the mass deaths begin. Okay, so this is the vaccine that they have coming. So I hope it's all starting to come full circle for brothers and sisters. Let's move through this information because there's so much still left to cover. Here is a list, and again, all this information is going to be in the description box. This comes off the CDC website. And this CDC website has the ingredients of all your vaccines. Okay, all your main major vaccines. Here are the ingredients that you now will have access to know when you ask the doctor, hey, what's in the vaccine? They need to be able to give you the ingredients. However, these ingredients don't include the live cultures. So it doesn't have all the ingredients. It just has the base ingredients that, aren't alive. So a lot of your animal DNA and, viruses and bacteria and things that are alive aren't listed in these ingredients. But as you can see here, you see stuff like aluminum hydroxide, formaldehyde. You see what I'm saying? So you now start to see things, just one ingredient in itself, and there's multiple here outside of the live cultures that are deadly and harmful to our health. So let me get this last article here, and then I'm going to go into some news, or actually some scriptures, break all this down biblically. It says, doctors say CDC should warn people the side effects from COVID vaccine shot won't be a walk in the park. This is CNBC.com, November 23rd, 2020. So the CDC must be transparent about the side effects people may experience after getting their first shot of a coronavirus vaccine. Doctors urged during a meeting Monday with CDC advisors. Dr. Sandra Freihofer said that both Fiser and Moderna's COVID-19 vaccines require 2 doses, and she worries whether her patients will come back for a second dose because of potentially unpleasant side effects after the first shot. Both companies acknowledge that their vaccines could induce side effects that are similar to symptoms associated with mild COVID-19, such as muscle pain, chills, and headaches. Let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. If those are your symptoms, you're lucky. Okay? Those are probably the 0.0001% that will get those side effects. Okay, that's being, nice beyond measure. When you talk about, just those type of side effects. Okay, and we went into the vaccine death wave, and the UK government posting a bid for an AI system to keep track of all these vaccine injuries. There's going to be so many, they need an AI system to keep up with it all. Now, let's go into some scriptures here to break some of this down. Because we read earlier, Revelation 18:8 says, her plagues shall come in one day. Death, mourning, famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. So we understand that what we're seeing right here is the creation of these plagues that are going to plague Babylon. All right. We are in and going into the Feast of Dedication right now. Okay. And before I go into some scriptures on that, I want to say this. I want to tie some things together historically. Yesterday was what? Yesterday is the holiday, which is pagan, that majority of America celebrated, which is called Thanksgiving. What is Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving, we know, was a time when the Native American Indians were being slaughtered by Spanish conquistadors that came over here from Europe. And we also know that those same Native American Indians are from the tribe of Gad. They're one of the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay? What also happens at this time of year. We just mentioned it. The same time, the last week of the year, you have what? Thanksgiving. You also have the Feast of Dedication. Okay? And what happened during that history? During that history, you had Antiochus Epiphanes, who was an Edomite ruler of Greece. All right? More than likely, he was Amalek. And he laid a siege against the children of Israel in destroying and destruction of them and their temple, their city. So when we talk about Thanksgiving, it's a memorial of the Edomite powers celebrating, going all the way back to what they did to the Maccabees in the Maccabees' time, during Antiochus Epiphanes' reign. It's a memorial of them remembering the slaughter, and they following it up with what they did here in the Americas to the tribe of Gad. Now check this out. What also happens after Thanksgiving here in America? Black Friday. Why is it called Black Friday? Because again, they're celebrating and memorializing the slaughter of our people, all the ages throughout, from the time of Maccabees under the Grecians all the way up until present day in the Americas with the tribe of Gad. And they're getting us to celebrate and partake in these memorializations of our destruction. Okay, because when you talk to our people, they don't know nothing about no Feast of Dedication. They're celebrating Thanksgiving and they're participating in Black Friday. Our people, mainly. Okay, so listen, for them to celebrate it, that's their culture of destroying and killing us. But we should be celebrating and memorializing our victory during that time. That's what we should be remembering and celebrating. But instead, they have us celebrating and participating in our own demise and destruction. And then what happens with, what is Black Friday all about? Getting you prepared and ready to bow down to Nimrod for Christmas, for Saturnalia, and celebrating that God. So I hope you brothers and sisters are seeing just how deep, going back into, I know Brother Lamont had mentioned it earlier, but I was saying I was going to tie in to show you just how deep this is, an all-out onslaught and destruction of us, and they celebrate it, and they're celebrating it in these pagan holidays. And the reason why Thanksgiving falls, the reason why Black Friday fall right in line with our Feast of Dedication. It's a memorial and slaughter of the children of Israel throughout all the ages. Now, with saying that, let's go to the Apocrypha. We're going to go into the King James Apocrypha. For those that may not know, it was originally in the King James Bible. When the original King James Bible was created, the Apocrypha was in there. Later, it was taken out by your Catholic/Protestant church. Okay, but we have the Apocrypha. We know it's part of the Bible. So I'm going into Maccabees now. And I want to, speaking of dedication, speaking of the vaccination, and everything is happening right now, it's no coincidence that all this we're talking about is happening right now on the eve of our Feast of Dedication. Right? Because right now they're celebrating and licking their chops at our destruction. So I want to get a couple of scriptures here to show you what this is all about. Before we go to Maccabees, I want to go to Revelation chapter 12. Let me get it here. Revelation chapter 12. To show you this. So brothers, because Brother Lamont made an excellent point earlier. This is not a game. This is for real, what's going on. Okay, some people may be in this state of mind to where, they're just reading this like this is just a story. No, this is real. What we're dealing with and what's about to happen in Jacob's trouble is real. It's not a fairy tale story. Okay? Revelations chapter 12. There's so much here. Verse 1 says, "And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars." That's the 12 tribes of Israel. All right, and Revelations 12 and 9. "And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world." So the whole world now is deceived. And this is part of that paradigm that Brother Lamar was speaking about. That groupthink, that common mind that people hold dear to when it comes to what they believe is the truth. He's deceived the whole world and put them in this, what you would call, matrix. Okay. And he cast out into the earth. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And just trying to hit some key scriptures here. So let's drop down to verse 17. I wish I could go through the whole chapter, but I'm just hitting on some points. Revelations 12 and 17. "And the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed." So this dragon, the devil, is at war with the children of Israel. And when you read this chapter, you'll see that this dragon had 7 heads and 10 horns, 7 crowns upon his head. This is talking about the kingdom under Esau, the Roman Empire. So he's using that power structure against Israel. Esau versus Jacob. Okay, so he is at war with us, whether it's psychological warfare, it's germ or biological warfare, spiritual warfare, all the different types of warfare that you can think about. He is at war with the remnant primarily. He wants to destroy all of Israel, but he's at war primarily with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ, whose name is Yeshua in the Hebrew. So I just want to set the stage that there's this war that we're engaged in. Now, going into Maccabees, first Maccabees in the Apocrypha, you had Antiochus Epiphanes, who was an Edomite. This was the beginning of the Edomite rulership in the earth. Okay, and that power from the very beginning went to war against Israel, against Jacob. Okay, now, what was he at war against? Let me just hit a couple scriptures here. Because I'm going to tie all this in with the vaccines. So check out how the devil, who using the Grecians and the Edomites to come against Jacob. When you read 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 36, it says, "For it was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil adversary to Israel." Verse 37, thus they shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary and defiled it. So the devil's mission, using the Grecians, was to defile the temple. Okay. Now, reading on, you have more. Verse 46 says, and pollute the sanctuary of the holy people. So you're starting to see a theme here when it comes to the sanctuary. Pollute it, defile it, wait and lie and wait for it to come against it. Okay. Verse 47, set up altars and groves and chapels of idols and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts, that they should also leave their own children uncircumcised and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation. You notice, brothers and sisters, how when you look at these vaccines and their ingredients, it's genetically modified swine in the ingredients. It's genetically modified this animal and that animal, all these unclean beasts that's being put in these vaccines. Let's keep going. First Maccabees 1:54. Now the 15th day of the month Caslu, in the 140th and 5th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar, and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side. Keep going here. You have let's go to chapter 2. Chapter 2, verse 7 says, and he said, woe is me, wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people and of the holy city, and to dwell there when it was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers. Drop down to verse 12. And behold, our sanctuary, even our beauty and our glory, is laid waste, and the Gentiles have profaned it. So I hope you brothers and sisters are seeing the pattern here when it comes to the sanctuary. It being profane, it being made unclean, the abomination of desolation. Let's keep going. Okay, now there's more, but let me go now to Matthew 24. Okay, so we see a desolation of abomination happening against the Most High sanctuary. Matthew 24 verse 1 says, and Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. Now I'm using the name Jesus because we may have new listeners, just so they understand. But of course, those of us in the understanding know his name is Yeshua in the Hebrew. But we see the temple, and we see Christ speaking about the temple being laid waste, which is the sanctuary. We drop down. We drop down to verse 25 or verse 15. It says, when ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. So the same abomination of desolation that Christ prophesied is the same abomination of desolation that happened in the past as well, because the abomination of desolation is a never-ending, continuing event and assault of Esau being given the power of the devil in his kingdom to come against his brother Jacob and to destroy the temple or the sanctuary. All right, let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 6 now. Because we understand that the temple was our most glorious, under the old covenant, it was our most glorious place. But now under the new covenant, what's the temple? 1 Corinthians 6, verse 15. Know ye not that your bodies are the members of Christ? Actually, we drop down to verse 19. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? For ye are bought with a price. Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. So now our bodies, our physical bodies, are the temple. So the same way that the Grecians and the Romans were coming against us to defile the temple and to take the temple down, fast forward to today's time, brothers and sisters, and what do you have? No new thing under the sun. Esau is coming over and over again against the children of Israel to defile the temple and the sanctuary. Thanksgiving, we just spoke about it, what was going on. Spanish conquistadors, the Europeans, the British, they had smallpox blankets, germ warfare. Fast forward to the 1930s into the 70s, you had the Tuskegee experiment. Today, we have vaccinations primarily going into the COVID vaccine. Who are they aiming this at? So you're seeing the continual onslaught of Esau trying to pollute and having a lot of success and destruction of God's temple, which ultimately now is his people. So, whereas in the past, he was doing it more through, physical, militarily means, in today's present time, he's been doing it through biological germ warfare and being able to get us to ignorantly participate in this experimentation of our destruction. But now, because we're coming into our awakening, we're no longer participating in the experiment of willfully destroying ourselves and our temples. Okay, and this is the psychological warfare that he's trying to use to get us to do it with our consent. So what happens when we no longer consent and we're no longer going for that? That's what the military is in place for. Christ said, when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, know that the desolation there is nigh or near. So the military is there. If we don't want to comply with the willful extermination of ourselves, the military is there to provide the force to destroy us. Because he really wants to use the physical force last. He can psychologically control the mind. You control the mind. You control the body. Get them to volunteer to their own demise and their own deaths. Now let's go to Revelation before I pick back up. Revelation chapter 9. There's a whole lot here. I can't go through it all. Revelation 9 and 5. And to them it was given that they should not kill them but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to take these vaccines that are not going to die. And we've seen this with the regular vaccines, how people are taking regular vaccines. They're normally fine. A baby goes to the hospital taking a normal vaccine, or they're normal going in taking a vaccine. They're fine. But no sooner they take that vaccine, their whole neurological system is destroyed. They become a vegetable of themselves. All right. It was a person that said they took the COVID-19 vaccination and experimentation and said that they've killed God. I no longer can feel God after taking the COVID vaccination. So can you imagine being that person, not feeling God, and no telling what else you're feeling? Would you not want to be dead and seek death and not be able to? It's like your soul has been taken from you, and now you're a soulless vessel that can now be a host for demons and be controlled. Revelation 9 and 10. And they had tails like unto scorpions, and there were stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. So yes, a lot of people are going to die. But you're going to have those that don't die, that are just suffering vessels and hosts to be used. Because what they're doing is, through these vaccinations, they're hybridizing and terraforming our bodies. Part man, part beast, part machine. A cyborg beast, as we read in Daniel chapter 2, the iron mixed with the miry clay. So the prophets in the Bible was laying it all out, what was going to happen to people. Our people. And when you now go to Revelations 18, it says her plagues shall come in one day. Death and mourning. So now through the vaccination, there's going to be a lot of death. There's going to be a lot of mourning. That's the thing that's going to hit America first through these vaccines. Operation Warp Speed. Operation Warp Speed. And let's see if we can warp speed through these last few pieces here, and then round this thing up, this broadcast, because we're going on almost 5 hours. But we had to get it in tonight, because we don't know how much longer we're going to be able to do this, because this is what's happening right now, and majority of people are in a euphoric state of mind, and under the Trump spell we spoke about. So many people are under this right here. The hope in Babylon and the Trump spell, to where our people are happy that Trump is no longer president as far as they know. And they're in total euphoria. Thanksgiving and Black Friday and Christmas coming up, totally being, there's a army on the horizon we don't even see coming, that's about to roll over and lay us down with their Operation Warp Speed program. And if you don't get down with that, that's okay. They got the military there for those that don't want to comply with that. So let's go to our next article. Let's round this out. Speaking of some of these things I'm mentioning, on Daily Mail, it says, U.S. is going to see darkest days in modern medical history. How telling is that? And they probably aren't going to tell you exactly, what they really mean by that. But it says, doctors' dire warning as 95% of country sees uncontrollable COVID-19 spread, and 50 million travel for Thanksgiving, with 17% spike hitting California in just 24 hours. So what they're saying, and this is propaganda, that COVID was spiking, and instead of people listening to the CDC and staying home for Thanksgiving, instead they went out and saw family. Everybody traveled. And now COVID is about to explode. Not people dying, but cases, numbers, infections. See? They're showing all these people traveling with COVID. Nobody's dying, right? With this disease that doesn't, seem to kill too many people, but it's so deadly that it needs a mandatory vaccine. Propaganda. Look at all these flights. Spreading. COVID is spreading. It's spiking. Again, sorcery. This is part of their sorcery. Look at that. Thanksgiving travelers, bumper to bumper. Traveling in airports, spreading the disease that's asymptomatic, where you don't have any symptoms. Right? Such a deadly disease here where people can be amongst themselves and nobody dies. Propaganda, psychological warfare. Through fear, it doesn't matter. Common sense goes out the door when fear sets in. Rational thinking goes out the door when fear sets in. Okay? So, what else do we have? Speaking of Black Friday, on Daily Mail, Americans ignore COVID for a bargain. Crowds rush to snag deals despite being told by CDC to stay home and shop online as cases continue to soar over super spreader Thanksgiving weekend. So, Black Friday madness. People are out spreading COVID. Can you imagine how much the powers that be are laughing at the sheep and the stupidity, and how they can then take this and manipulate it into COVID spreading of an asymptomatic disease that only kills 0.0003% of people, and majority of them are 80 and older? They've convinced the whole world that a cold is the pandemic. And that Jesus' birthday is December 25th, and you better run out and cause riots to get those, things that, junk that you're not going to be able to, use to eat when the famine hits. It's not going to save you when the military comes. Right? COVID spreaders. And if people weren't already zombies enough, it's okay. The mRNA vaccine is coming. It's going to change your DNA. It's going to take away the God complex from you. You're going to become brain dead. If you weren't already a zombie enough, you'll be a corona zombie to be used by the devil for his army against Christ coming. Here they go. COVID zombies. Trump spell victims. You even had a guy, let me find a picture of him. He's in a bubble in line, probably to get a PlayStation 5. He's in a bubble so he don't catch the COVID. So he don't get the asymptomatic symptoms. Madness, brothers and sisters. Total madness. So we know the UK government is getting the AI system ready to, well, before we go to that, let's do this. It says Qantas CEO says airline will require passengers traveling internationally to get COVID-19 vaccine. November 24th, 2020. Qantas CEO Alan Joyce said the airline is planning to require passengers traveling internationally to prove they have been vaccinated against COVID-19 after the vaccinations become available to the public. In an interview with Australian broadcaster Nine Network, Joyce said Monday that the company is looking to change its terms and conditions to ensure travelers get vaccinated before getting on the aircraft. We told brothers and sisters it was coming. Last broadcast, we talked about Ticketmaster. They're requiring the test or the vaccine to go to concerts. So here's your first airline. They're going to start with the no-name small airline first. But be ready for your other airlines to follow suit as they feel out with this one to see how people are going to respond. Okay, so while everybody's drunk, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Christmas spirit, Trump's no longer president, the New World Order Great Reset agenda is moving Operation Warp Speed. And I'm going to play this video here of, it says Qantas no jab, no fly rule leads to boycott by UK travel agency. Let me play this here for y'all.
A British travel agency is giving wings to a backlash against Qantas Airways. That's after the airline announced that it would require international travellers to have had a COVID-19 vaccine. The tour operator announced that it would no longer do business with Qantas if it goes ahead with its no jab, no fly demand.
We feel that bodily autonomy with regard to medical intervention is a personal choice and not something to be forced onto people by businesses. We are not anti-vaccination, but we are pro-choice. There is a huge difference between coercion and making a free choice.
Well, no airline has previously required passengers to have had an injection prior to boarding. Some have praised the travel agency for its stance on Qantas. Others, though, sided with the airline, saying it's safer to fly without anti-vaxxers on board. Keith Best, a migration expert, and Francesco Rizzuto, Professor of European Law, discussed the feasibility of the no jab, no fly rule.
The airline has the responsibility of ensuring the safety of its passengers and also, of course, complying with the rules and regulations of not only the departure country, but most importantly, the destination country. Many countries do have pre-travel health checks, which they require of people before granting them a visa. I mean, the classic example is on tuberculosis or things of that nature.
I do not believe that an airline can impose of its free will almost. You no jab, no fly. I think that would be rather foolish. This cannot simply be on the initiative of a private airline. This is about public order.
People aren't forced to travel, they choose to travel, and if they choose to travel, then they're going to, in these difficult pandemic times, comply with regulations which satisfy the airline that they're safe to do so.
There is a parallel in Europe, of course, that I experienced this summer, that you would not be allowed to fly unless you were wearing face coverings. So in many ways, we know how to deal with it, except, of course, asking people to go through an invasive procedure is slightly different. The general tendency in Europe is for not to make vaccination, these days anyway, compulsory.
If we were dealing with an airline that had a total monopoly on all air routes, well, that would be a different issue, I think. But, people will vote with their feet. If they don't like travelling on an airline which actually makes this requirement, then it's the airline that's going to suffer at the end of the day because people won't travel on it.
I actually believe that the issue will only be resolved if it is dealt with at an international, global, certainly European and beyond level, with rules that apply to everybody who wants to travel, whether it's testing or whether it's vaccination and so on. I don't actually think that a sort of piecemeal, one airline does X and another airline does Y, is actually acceptable, simply because you need to have an overall sense of control and management of the virus and how you treat the virus.
So you have people that are fighting back against the ability to not fly without a vaccine by boycotting Qantas Airlines. What else do we have? UK government gets green light to use personal data from citizens' mobile phones to help fight coronavirus, but privacy experts brand the move extremely concerning and warn it could lead to invasive surveillance. Daily Mail. So, again, contact tracing, your cell phone. We told people stay out of these protests. Why are you in Black Friday amongst the crowds? Now they have your contact tracing through your cell phone and your Bluetooth to say, hey, we saw you travel during Thanksgiving. You were amongst so-and-so. You must now come in and get the vaccine. They were positive. You must now come in to our, laboratory. I mean, our hospital, and get the cure. Because your asymptomatic symptoms are a little bit out of control. Okay, you're affecting people with those asymptomatic symptoms. Check this out. Daily Mail. Britons who test negative for COVID twice in a week are set up to receive a freedom pass under government scheme that will allow them to live a normal life. Pass will allow you to mix with friends and family without distancing or mask. So again, you get government perks to follow and be a part of the beast compliance system. You come in and get a COVID test twice a week and are negative, you don't have to wear the mask. You don't have to social distance. See, why would they have to throw these types of perks out for something like testing if there's not something to the test? All right? They need you testing. They need access to your sanctuary, to your temple. The question is, how dedicated are we to keeping the Most High's temple intact and not compromising it? Not allowing Caesar to compromise the temple, because the temple belongs to the Most High. We were bought with a price. Our bodies do not belong to us. So if they don't belong to us, then they dang sure don't belong to Caesar. They belong to the Most High. So, this gives us a glimpse in on the plagues that are going to come Operation Warp Speed. But what about her destruction that's going to come in 1 hour? Let's talk about that. Got some news here. So while everybody's COVID all throughout the news and Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Christmas, the spirit, no Trump in office, and our people are just, man, we are in hog heaven right now. It doesn't get no better to be black in America right now, right? So while we're all, and when I say all, our people, in this euphoric state of mind, high off the hopium and the hope in Babylon, Daily Mail. Iran vows a crushing response to any U.S. attack after Trump was talked out of launching an airstrike on Tehran's nuclear plant over new reporting accusing regime of hiding weapons program. So, no sooner than the election's over with, a memo comes out that said Trump was actually thinking about striking Iran. All of a sudden, Iran had been quiet. America had been quiet on Iran for the past few months. Now, all of a sudden, here comes the Iran card being played. But while all this was being said in the news, which was very little reporting on it, on Al Jazeera, you have an Israeli air raid in Syria killed 3 soldiers, hit Iranian sites. Syrian state media says 3 soldiers killed as Israeli military says it bombed Iranian and Syrian army targets. November 18th, 2020. But there's more, and I'm hearing and I'm getting word that more Iranian targets are being hit in Syria as we speak. This comes on off the Sun. It says, face off. Donald Trump sends B-52 bombers to the Middle East amid warnings Iran is plotting a missile attack after caving in on nuke deal. Iran has dismissed the news the U.S. is sending a task force to the Middle East as psychological warfare. We've been talking about psychological warfare all night. That's what this is. Esau is a master of war. So if he doesn't have to lift a finger to fight, he's not going to lift a finger to fight. That's the last measure. He's trying to win the war psychologically. So they're saying that Iran is plotting a missile attack. Also, the U.S. said it would impose new additional sanctions on Iran very soon. The B-52 long-range bombers are capable of carrying nuclear weapons. Now, they're saying America, that Iran is plotting a missile attack. So, where is the article? Oh, here it is. And it shows here the different ways that America could attack Iran and the different ways that Iran could attack America. All right. Now, what did we show recently in Shattered Union? You brothers and sisters remember this picture? This scene out of Shattered Union? Where during the 44th president's sham election, second term, the country in civil uproar because of the president being reelected for a second term to their disliking in a sham way by the Supreme Court. What happens on Inauguration Day, January 20th? A bomb hits the White House, nuclear bomb, as you see people flying through the air and wipes out this whole scene. Now, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. I'm just telling you what they put in this video game. But they're the ones saying that Iran could strike. And check this out. Donald Trump has said that he's bringing the troops home from Afghanistan, majority of them. January 15th, 5 days before the inauguration. So why would, if they're sending B-52 bombers to Iran, wouldn't it make sense to keep the troops there? Why would you then bring troops back to America 5 days before the inauguration? Right? These are the questions I ask. So I'm not saying that this is going to happen on January 20th. It may happen a different date. It may not happen at all this way. But the scriptures are clear when it talks about Iran and it talks about America. All right? And we're going to get that in a moment. But I'm just telling you what they're showing in their predictive programming. And so far in this Shattered Union, you know, everything up to this point has been, you know, pretty accurate. So, last article here before we break it down now in scripture. This comes off Axios.com. Israeli military prepares for a possibility Trump will strike Iran. November 25th, 2020. The Israel Defense Forces have in recent weeks been instructed to prepare for the possibility that the U.S. will conduct a military strike against Iran before President Trump leaves office. Senior Israeli officials tell me. Why it matters. The Israeli government instructed the IDF to undertake the preparations not because of any intelligence or assessment that Trump will order such a strike, but because senior Israeli officials anticipate a very sensitive period ahead of Biden's inauguration on January 20th. You don't say. And remember, Iran put out a arrest warrant for Donald Trump for the assassination of their military general. Going back to this image here, when you go back in all the wars America has been in, World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, and in World War II you had the Gulf, you had Pearl Harbor. Vietnam, you had the Gulf of Tonkin. The Iraq, Afghanistan, Middle East War, you had September the 11th. All wars America has been engaged in have all started with a false flag attack. They didn't just happen for no reason. America didn't just strike Iraq or Afghanistan. 9/11 happened. They didn't just go to war in Vietnam. Gulf of Tonkin happened. They didn't just go into World War II. Pearl Harbor happened. So with everything else going on, you tell me, brothers and sisters, what this is shaping up to be. Israel getting ready and doing strikes in Syria. Donald Trump sending B-52 bombers to the Middle East, and Iran saying that they will deliver a crushing response to any U.S. attack. Let's see what the scriptures say. Because regardless of how it plays out, again, the scriptures are clear. Let me get it. We're going to go to the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah prophesied about future Babylon. What did he say? Jeremiah 51, verse 11. Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord hath raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes. The Medes is your Persians or your modern day Iranians. The Lord hath raised up this spirit. Right? So the Most High is using his spirit to raise up Iran. For what? For his device is against Babylon, to destroy it. Because it is the vengeance of the Lord. Check this out. The vengeance of what? The vengeance of his temple. Notice how we just went into dedication. How Esau was coming against the sanctuary of the Lord. And now how under Christ we are now his temple. Our bodies are now the temple. And now the Lord is raising up Iran, the spirit of the king of the Medes, for his device is against Babylon to destroy it. His vengeance for our temples, for their destruction against us. Going all the way back to America's inception. Gad, the Native American Indians, Judah, Benjamin, Levi, even America extending its hand out into Central and South America, into the Pacific Isles, destroying us. Up until now, they're looking to destroy us through COVID vaccination. Verse 28. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes, the captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the land of his dominion. So it's not just going to be Iran. It's going to be the European Union. Other countries are going to have their hand in on this destruction of America also. Isaiah 13. Verse 1, the burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos did see. You drop down to verse 17, it says, behold, I will stir up the Medes. That goes back to what Jeremiah said in verse 51 and 11, that the Lord have raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes. He's stirring them up. He's getting them turned up against America. He's putting that confidence and that spirit in them to go and to take America out, which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Their bows shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes shall not spare children. Verse 19, and Babylon, the glory of kingdoms. Remember earlier I said America is all the kingdoms of old. Egypt, Rome, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah. She's the glory of kingdoms. She's all of them combined in one. The glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency. And I believe his brother Lamont earlier that said, man, you look at what they're doing with this program, you know, even Rome couldn't even do it. Even Germany couldn't do it in World War II. What they were doing. Because America is the Chaldees' excellency. See is what everything comprised into one in the glory of the Gentiles. Shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Verse 20, it shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation, neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there. Neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. Going to Revelation 18. We're rounding it out with verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning, and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. Her plagues, right? You have the COVID vaccine. It's about to bring a crazy plague on this country of death and mourning. We've talked about the famine. And she shall be utterly burned with fire. That's what we read in Jeremiah 51, Isaiah 13, with the Medes, with Iran. So however we want to, predict how it's all going to play out politically or event-wise, understand what the end game is and what's promised. Verse 9, and the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and live deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in one hour is thy judgment come. Her plague shall come in one day, and her judgment 1 hour. And therefore, brothers and sisters, Operation Warp Speed. The devil is speeding up his plan and plaguing, then destroying America and imploding her through this COVID Operation Warp Speed agenda. So it's going to happen fast. But understand when I say it's going to happen fast that once the COVID vaccine hits, it's not necessarily that it's going to happen that day that America is destroyed. No, that's not what it means. But you're going to have a lot of chaos. You're going to have an highly emotional time with all of the things that are about to hit America. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen like a thief in the night and happen so fast that people are going to get their feet snatched from up under them because they weren't prepared. Those who have not been preparing. Remember, Revelation 16 tells us that a great earthquake will split America in 3 parts. And then the missiles will come out of the sky. And that's your Sodom and Gomorrah event. So until that earthquake hits, those missiles ain't coming. But once that earthquake hits, best believe those missiles are right around the corner. So once they hit Iran, that doesn't mean Iran is going to hit America's shores that next moment, because it tells you in 2 Esdras 15 that war is going to happen for a time over there in the Middle East before it then turns over to America. So they're going to fight it out. And I showed it on your screen here. Let me pull it back up real quick as we're finalizing and wrapping things up. This war is going to happen in this region for a while. How long, how many days, weeks, months, years, I can't tell you exactly that. But, you're looking at probably around really another key marker is when they bring forth the mark of the beast. Because once they bring forth that, the book of Daniel tells us that you have about 3.5 years to make it to the wilderness. So really, once the mark of the beast is made, that starts a time. Not the war with Iran. Iran, once this war happens, it just lets us know we're that much closer. But the true timestamp is the mark of the beast. Once they say you can't buy or sell without taking the mark in your right hand or your forehead, that's when you'll know that that 3.5 years time starts to make it to the wilderness. Okay, so just to kind of give brothers and sisters a timeline of events. Because when things happen and things go down, the last thing you want to do is panic. If you panic or you're emotionally triggered in any kind of way, you're setting yourself up for a huge fall. Those who can keep their cool, those who aren't afraid to die, those who are fearless and have all faith in the Most High, those are the people that are going to survive these times. That are totally led by the Spirit in the steps and moves and decision making they make. If you make irrational, emotional decisions in these times, it's going to lead to doom. All right? And not just your doom, it may lead to other people's doom, people around you, through your panic. Because see, one thing with the devil is, we talked about the psychological warfare. Once you no longer have a fear to die, we talk about the truth, and once you come into the truth and how a lot of things don't affect you, these spells, once you know truth, you're not affected by the spells. But once you get to a place to where you're not scared to die, the devil no longer has power over you. What can he do to a person that doesn't care to die? Like, if you kill me right now, there's nothing you can do that's going to cause me to take death. I'm going to take death before anything else you do. See, once you're in that state of mind, he has no power. There's nothing he can do with you. But to either get rid of you, or the Most High allows you to, escape whatever it is that you're dealing with. But if he has you in fear in any kind of way, now you can be moved off the cliff into destruction. All right? Those are the people we're going to see. We're going to see people's true faith in these times. What people really have faith versus what people really don't. So if you are a person that's lacking in your faith, now is the time, while there's still time, to get your faith together. Faith with works is how you are going to escape these times. And even in that, you're going to have people that are going to be martyred, that are righteous, that will be sent to Abraham's bosom. So not everybody that's righteous is going to escape these times. But those that love their lives not unto the death, that's that going into what I'm saying. You can't be afraid to die. Period. You can't be moved because I might die. I might starve. Let me just move according to emotion. All right? And let me just end this with one last scripture here. Before I give you all that treat I told you I was going to leave y'all with. I know this has been a long broadcast. This is a record, but what else would you expect coming off of last broadcast, and seeing how fragile it is for us to have this time of fellowship and bringing forth information where we had to take advantage of the time. I'm going to, speaking of dedication, and also speaking of Thanksgiving, and I do appreciate those that were patient tonight with this broadcast, because I know it was a lot of information we covered, and it could definitely have went a lot longer had we not condensed it, but First Maccabees chapter 4. It says here, I'm going to start at verse 22. They fled everyone into the land of strangers. verse 21. When they, one second here, losing my place. Therefore they perceived these things, they were sore afraid, seeing also the host of Judas in the plain, ready to fight. Heart of the lion, no fear. They fled everyone into the land of strangers. See, this is what they don't want from us. They don't want us to have that will to fight, and not fight their fight. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal. To fight the spiritual, psychological fight. Remember, the physical fight is last. Then Judas returned to spoil the tents, where they got much gold and silver and blue silk and purple of the sea and great riches. After this, they went home and sung a song of thanksgiving and praised the Lord in heaven, because it is good, because his mercy endureth forever. This is the real Thanksgiving we should be celebrating. Feast of dedication, remembering our ancestors who stood bold during the siege, during the abomination of desolation, to fight against the Edomite powers who looked to destroy our temple. Verse 25, thus Israel had a great deliverance that day. Dropping down to verse 33. Or verse 32, it says, make them to be of no courage, and cause the boldness of their strength to fall away, and let them quake at their destruction. So this was Judas praying against the Edomite armies, the Greek armies coming against them. Make them to be afraid and have no courage, and the boldness of their strength to go away. Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all those that know thy name praise thee with thanksgiving. So this is the spirit we have to tap into, right? And be dedicated for our temple's sake. Remembering the Maccabees, our ancestors, how they stood bold, loved not their lives unto the death, were zealous of the law of the Most High. All right, there was no fear. Those that were afraid sold out to the Greeks, the Grecians. Sold out. They took the bag. They helped in partaking, destroying the temple, like your Ricky Smileys and your D.L. Hewleys, who are selling our people out. They're mentioned in the book of Maccabees, these type of guys, these gatekeepers and these taskmasters. Okay, so there's definitely more to say, brothers and sisters. It is 12:30, my time, well past the hour. I'm going to bring in the treat I have for you all as I sign out here. And I pray that you all have a blessed feast of dedication. One moment here, I'm just trying to find what I'm looking for. Here it is. All right, so brothers and sisters, continue to seek Zion. All right, the truth is coming out. Let knowledge and wisdom be the stability of your time. Continue to be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Continue to do exploits, exposing the things that are lies, bringing forth the things that are truth. And until next time, Most High willing, we'll be here 2 weeks, and continue to vote for Christ, whose name in the Hebrew is what? Yeshaya.
It's just different.
Yeah. Who I'm voting for? I'm gonna let you know who I'm voting for, man. Look. Yeshaya the president, we are the bride, carry him like surrogates, but not like immaculate. He come from the seed of David, so how can you factor that? Don't want him to learn or discern, no, they deceive and Greek the word for seed of spermo, but they want to slander him. If Mary slept with an angel, that technically make him a Nephilim. But he from the tribe Judah, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit tribunal. Yeah, him and the Father, they one, but they two. He can't do his own will, but what Father say do, then he do it. Think we can't connect two and two? Just a minute, he has got to remove the cup. Who do you think he was talking to? They say it was himself. I'm like, man, bro, that's stupid. This world ain't a home. Don't believe in Christ, better leave me alone. You believe the Bible, but don't believe Christ? Then where your sacrifices and all your stones? Cause you would still be under the sin of Adam. Then all of your doctrines copy from Nazareth. That's why they want you to hate on your shot, cause he black with a fro and come straight out of Nazareth. Yeshaya for president. We voting for Christ. Either lay down your life or lay down your life. Coming back with his saints. And they ain't nothing nice. 1,000 will fall by our left, 10,000 will fall by our right. Yeshaya for president. Keep all your votes, cause he gonna win either way that it goes. Coming back catching bodies. Now they all catching ghosts. Shemaya Sha'Allah, Ahaya, Allahaya, Nawa, Aha. That's the oath. The law is the schoolmaster to bring you to him. You don't know the law, then you need you some schooling. They twisted the script, say he only kept two. Love God with all your heart and your neighbor too. But tell you the truth, that's really ambiguous. Romans 13 and 8, see what he meant with this. Loving God with all your heart, mean no idols. That's no Easter bunny, no Santa, no Christmas gifts. Keeping the Sabbath, no other way flipping it. Love your neighbor like you loving yourself. If you love yourself, then you would not ingest. No pork, crawfish, lobster, nothing bad for health. Wouldn't steal his wife, Mr. Steal your girl. Wouldn't rob, wouldn't steal, wouldn't care. Do you feel? Work if no ill. What he meant by fulfill. Better be a servant, he thoroughly purging. I sincerely urge you to really be urgent. He coming back burning, that he gon' be fervent. Say you in the grace, but we all falling short. And according to the sacrifice he performed, we must watch like a priest before we go before the Holy of Holies. That's the baptism, we in the spirit. And if you not clean, you ain't rolling. Yeshaya for president. We voting for Christ. Either lay down your life or lay down your life. Coming back with his saints. And they ain't nothing nice. 1,000 will fall by our left, 10,000 will fall by our right. Yeshaya for president. Keep all your votes, cause he gonna win either way that it goes. Coming back catching bodies. Now they all catching ghosts. Shemaya Sha'Allah, Ahaya, Allahaya, Nawa, Aha. That's the oath. Hey. There you go right there, there you go. Yeshaya right there, yeah. You been talking all that? That's him right there. All that cash trash, yeah, go say it to his face, man. Yeah, he ain't look like what you thought he was gonna look like. Yeah. There you go right there. Black dude, man. Yeah. Shemaya Sha'Allah, Ahaya, Allahaya, Nawa, Aha. That's the oath.
Shalom, fam. Shabbat Shalom. Happy Feast of Dedication.